For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
By direction of the Committee on the Rules, I call up House Resolution 530 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 95, House Resolution 530, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2575 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the 30-hour threshold for classification as a full-time employee for purposes of the employer mandate and the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and replace it with 40 hours. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1. 3 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, and 2. 1 motion to recommit with or without instructions.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Slaughter, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, House Resolution 530 provides for consideration of a critical piece of legislation passed out of the Ways and Means Committee and designed to address a critical flaw in the Affordable Care Act, which is causing workers to lose hours at their job and thus lose wages to help put food on their tables and feed their families, pay their utility bills to heat their homes in the winter, cool their homes in the summer. H.R. 2575, the Bipartisan Save American Workers Act of 2014, fixes this flaw by changing the newly created labor rule in the Affordable Care Act, which defines full-time work at 30 hours per week and places that definition back where the American public has always believed it to be, 40 hours per week. The rule before us today provides for 3 hours of debate. 3 hours of debate. That's triple the standard hour of debate that most bills before this body receive. This is done in order to fully discuss this important labor issue affecting so many Americans. To maintain this targeted focus, the exact kind of fix that the President claims he is interested in discussing with Republicans in order to make his law more workable, no amendments were made in order. This allows the House to fully debate this crucial issue without the possibility of unrelated issues being brought into the debate. Indeed, this bill is so targeted, dealing with one single provision in the Affordable Care Act, it does not repeal the Affordable Care Act, a charge that I have no doubt that we'll hear several times over today. But in fact, we simply change a definition in the bill. Moreover, during the markup of this legislation in the Ways and Means Committee, no amendments were offered by either the majority or the minority. As always, the minority is afforded the customary motion to recommit on the bill. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the Affordable Care Act's requirement that businesses with 50 or more employees provide health insurance coverage to those employees working 30 or more hours a week, employers across the nation, from schools to universities to municipalities to restaurants, are being forced to cut workers' hours or face unsustainable employment costs to their businesses and organizations. As we are seeing, and indeed as many on this side predicted prior to the controversial and contentious passage of the Affordable Care Act, the bill fundamentally changed the labor law in this country, creating a new standard called the 30-hour work week. A standard 30-hour work week, a shorter work week, even imposed by the country of France. As a result, worker hours are being cut. Productivity in this country, a country that has always prided itself on the work ethic of its citizens, will decrease over time. This is what an onerous government regulation can and will do: suppress innovation and disadvantage our businesses. Many members of the Democratic Party have been outspoken in clamoring for an extension to long-term unemployment benefits, which would extend government assistance to all unemployed Americans well beyond a year's worth of benefits. Yet there is something that can be done today which will have the actual practical effect of putting more money into people's pockets. We have heard this story from every state in the union that employers are dropping workers' hours from 39 hours per week to 29 or fewer hours. Potentially 10 work hours a week that workers won't see in their paychecks, which could mean hundreds or more dollars that men and women won't have to feed their families or pay their bills. Increasing workers' hours increases the money that people have in their disposable income. The Affordable Care Act fundamentally changed labor law in this country, and the repercussions of this might not be felt for years to come. This is indeed the prototype of the dangerous slippery slope. What other labor laws will have to be reinterpreted when we define full-time employment at 30 hours per week? Do people intend to impose overtime rules on employers who employ people for over 30 hours per week? Yet another regulation which would only result in businesses cutting more hours. What will the National Labor Relations Board reinterpret, knowing that the very fabric of labor law is now based on a 30-hour work week instead of that previously established standard of 40 hours per week? Prior to the passage of the Affordable Care Act, employers were already overwhelmingly providing health insurance to their workers working 40 hours a week. Making the change contained in Mr. Young's legislation will cause the least amount of disruption in the labor market. And I would submit, in the economy today, making the least disruptive change in the labor market would be desirable. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that the Affordable Care Act will reduce the total number of hours worked by about 1.5% to 2% during the period from 2017 to 2024. This is almost entirely because workers will supply less labor. Because of this, Congressional Budget Office projects a decline in the number of workers of about 2 million in 2017, rising to about 2.5 million in 2024, all as the net result of the Affordable Care Act. The latest Congressional Budget Office figures shows that the Affordable Care Act will increase spending by almost $2 trillion, double the estimate from 2010. And the Joint Committee on Taxation states that taxpayers will be on the hook for another $1 trillion over the next decade. Americans earning as little as $25,000 a year will pay more because of the law, even after accounting for the $1 trillion in premium cost-sharing subsidies. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about what is happening here today. This bill before us does not repeal the President's takeover of health care in this country. It does not undermine the Affordable Care Act. It does not take health insurance from a single person in the country. It is a fix to a fatal flaw contained within the law, a fix similar to the 7 fixes that have passed both houses of Congress and been signed into law by the President. Does anyone miss the 1099 regulation, that paperwork regulation which was repealed early on after the passage of the Affordable Care Act? Does anyone legitimately miss the Class Act, which was repealed on the very last day of the last Congress? I think not. Had I not reminded you of those 2 parts of the bill, I doubt you would remember them. The 37 unilateral fixes that the President and his secretaries of Health and Human Services and Treasury have made on their own with no input from either legislative body. This is no different from those fixes. It's a fix to stop the legislation that will cause people to lose their work. If all sides cannot agree to fix a provision within the Affordable Care Act that is preventing people from working, then it is simply empty rhetoric to claim that the President or this other body or this body is interested in any fixes at all. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the rule and yes on the underlying bill. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized for as much time as...
Let me first yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you
Gentlelady
very
is
much,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise against the 52nd closed rule and the 52nd attempt to dismantle the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. Once again, my colleagues in the Republican Party are standing on the wrong side of history. In 1935, President Franklin D. Roosevelt proposed an ambitious program called Social Security in order to ensure that America's seniors had a measure of financial safety in their old age, a floor through which they could not fall. And yet, as it was being debated in the halls of Congress, Republicans and their allies in the business community tried to portray Social Security as something far more sinister. Representative Daniel Reed of New York predicted that under Social Security, Americans would feel, quote, the lash of the dictator, end quote. While Republican Senator Daniel Hastings of Delaware declared Social Security would, quote, end the progress of a great country, end quote. Republican Congressman John Tabor even said of the proposed law, quote, never in the history of the world has any measure been brought here so insidiously designed as to prevent business recovery and to enslave workers, end quote. Now, 30 years later, these same arguments have been used to decry the creation of Medicare as the beginning of socialized medicine. And it was strictly with the votes of Democrats that the legislation to create Medicare was passed out of the Ways and Means Committee and the Rules Committee before being brought to the floor. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we've been through this same story many times. And a cynical person might believe that one of the reasons that the ACA, the Affordable Care Act, has been fought so hard, and this is the third time Republicans have failed to do any program that would help Americans either achieve independence or security in their old age. And since every one of them voted against it, it is in their best interest that it fail. Now, all those claims that were made were absolutely untrue. And today, despite the current majority's attempts to portray the Affordable Care Act as another law that will steal personal freedoms, destroy the economy, hurt American workers, turn owners into despots, the facts are once again proving them wrong. Instead, it is quickly becoming clear that the Affordable Care Act will stand alongside Social Security and Medicare as an enduring commitment to the welfare of our fellow citizens. Mr. Speaker, when we passed the Affordable Care Act in 2010, our nation had reached the depths of a crisis that was decades in the making. In fact, presidents dating back as far as Harry Truman, including Republicans like Richard Nixon and Democrats like Bill Clinton, saw the urgent need to reform our health care system and expand coverage to every American. Yet each time that a president tried to act, their efforts failed. As a result, by 2010, our nation was spending 17.6% of the nation's gross domestic product on health care, and yet a record high number of 49.9 million Americans had no care at all. Now, with the health care crisis more acute than ever, President Obama and Democrats in Congress decided that we had to act. In fact, the percentage of GDP that health care was consuming was rising beyond the 18%, causing a serious threat to our economy. And thus began one of the most comprehensive legislative debates in history, a debate that included the views of both Democrats and Republicans, since they occupy all committees, and a debate conducted in full view of the American people. The House held nearly 100 hours of hearings, 83 hours of committee markups. We heard from 181 witnesses, 239 amendments from both Democrats and Republicans were considered in the three committees of jurisdiction, and 121 of them were adopted. Finally, the bill was available for 72 hours before members were asked to vote on it on the House floor. But despite this thorough and collaborative process, not a single member of the Republican Party on this floor voted for the historic law, true to their pattern of decades. Today, thanks exclusively to the votes of Democrats, the numbers of Americans with access to health care is going up, And the cost, most importantly, the cost of providing health care to our citizens is slowing down. And we have seen the slowest growth in the rise of health care in these last 2 years than we have in 50 years. We all know that 7.1 million Americans registered for health insurance this year through the online health care exchanges, and even more in state exchanges, and we don't have that number yet. And indeed, RAND put out a report this week stating that 20 million Americans are already benefiting, including the number of children under 26 who are on their parents' health care insurance. So this week, in addition to that, the Los Angeles Times said at least 9.5 million previously uninsured Americans now have health insurance because of the ACA. And for those of us who have been carrying health insurance and been lucky enough to have it from our employers, each of our policies has cost $1,000 more because of what we were having to pay for uncompensated care for those who had no health insurance. That alone is one measure that is going to reduce the cost of insurance. In the face of this success, it is not surprising the majority has come here today with their 52nd attempt to undermine the Affordable Care Act. After unanimously opposing its passage, spending millions of dollars campaigning against it, the majority has firmly planted their feet on the wrong side of history. Their only way forward is to dismantle the ACA as quickly as possible and prevent the American people from seeing more benefits under the law. And, Mr. Speaker, even though the majority may claim that today's legislation is an attempt to fix the Affordable Care Act, it is in fact a fiscally irresponsible attempt to undermine the law. First, the legislation is not paid for, which flies in the rules of all the Republicans in the House. The bill costs $74 million, and there is no hint at all of how that's going to be paid for. In fact, the Rules Committee last night, as it may, waived the rules of the House that require pay for, despite denying countless similar waiver requests in the past. And according to an analysis by the Congressional Budget Office, this legislation would increase the deficit by $74 billion and force 1 million people to lose their sponsored health care coverage and increase the number of uninsured. It is not true that under this piece of legislation no one would lose their health care. Over the next few hours, we will surely hear many claims about how much we care about the American worker. And I have no doubt that each claim contains a measure of truth, because after all, those American workers are our constituents. But words, no matter how moving, are only as powerful as the actions that are taken to back them up. It is the vote we take, not the speeches we make, that will show how much we care for the well-being of the American people. Will we continue the progress being made under the Affordable Care Act? Progress that is providing millions of Americans with access to health care for the very first time? Or will we vote to try and undermine the progress with the bill that is before us today? I urge my colleagues to vote no on today's rule and the underlying legislation. The facts become clearer every day. The Affordable Health Care Act is delivering on its promise of lower cost, greater access to life-saving health care for millions of Americans, and millions, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, health care because they had been born with a pre-existing condition which no longer hampers their having health care. It's time the majority stop playing political games and start supporting the historic law that will benefit Americans now and for generations to come. And as I have pointed out many times on the floor during a rule, running the House of Representatives and the Congress costs $24 million a week. This is again another week where we do nothing to earn that. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield myself 30 seconds for response. Of course, the President did come out for a big photo op and press conference in the Rose Garden yesterday and talked about a number of 7 million. Discounted in that is the 6 million people who lost their health insurance in October, November, and December of last year, who have now thankfully reclaimed insurance. So the actual numbers, we'll see those posted later in the year. But isn't it interesting? The President can have a press conference, but they cannot provide our committee with the actual detail on those numbers, which we've been asking for months. I'll yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my friend from Texas for yielding. I rise in strong support of the rule and also the underlying bill of the Save American Work Act. 4 years after the Obamacare's passage, this law's implementation is a patchwork of delays stitched together with miles of bureaucratic red tape. Unfortunately, the arbitrary delays and the exemptions this administration has granted help only a small segment of workers and businesses. Part-time workers have been among those most deeply affected by Obamacare. Yet this administration has shown little interest in providing the relief to these folks that it has extended to unions and favored business entities. It was just said just a moment ago that this is the 52nd time that we're doing something like this. But I will say this. I will stand on the side of history that says for 52 times it will stand against something that is wrong. I will stand in this well 52 more times when it is wrong and hurting the American people. Right is right, and this bill is wrong. The underlying bill seeks to help moms and dads, businesses, understand what we've always known. Obamacare's 30-hour definition of full-time employee demonstrates how little the authors of the bill know about running a business. The vast majority of American employers and employees have understood full-time as being 40 hours a week for nearly a century. It's time to replace Obamacare's definition of full-time employee with one that makes sense and will help American workers meet their financial goals. As an original co-sponsor of the Save American Workers Act, I stand with all those in the Georgia's 9th District whose livelihood has been impacted by Obamacare's definition of the full-time employee. These include employees of the City of Gainesville, which is limiting workers' hours to avoid Obamacare's employer mandate. Reduced hours make a tremendous impact on the household budgets of the men and women serving the people of Gainesville. While many of these folks have had the option of working additional hours to make ends meet in the past, they must now seek employment elsewhere or find a second job. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that is not unique. We've heard similar stories from both the private and public sector told in this chamber. It is time for this administration and its allies to stop writing off these realities as lies or untruths being circulated for political purposes. Those who still stand by Obamacare need to spend some time face to face with the workers whose hours have been cut because of this law. It's time for them to look into the eyes of a mom and dad who won't have as much time with their children this year because they will have to take on yet another job to make ends meet. I hope my fair-minded colleagues on both sides of the aisle will come together to support this common-sense legislation and provide some relief to the folks who deserve it most, America's working men and women. The gentlelady from New York is right. It's about our votes, not our speeches. And the American people can look to the Republican majority and they can see who we stand with. We stand with the people who have been hurt, who are suffering, who are having to work extra jobs. It is about those moms and dads. It's not about the exemptions and special privileges given to friends of this administration on the delays at a whim and a notice. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to my fellow New Yorker, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak with respect to the previous question, and I would urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we could vote on H.R. 1010, a bill that would raise the minimum wage to $10.10 per hour over a 3-year period. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I don't get it. I don't understand what the problem is. We're the people's house. 70% of the American people, more than 70% of the American people, have indicated that they support an increase in the minimum wage, and this isn't a partisan issue. Majorities of Republicans, Democrats, and unaffiliated all support an increase in the minimum wage by overwhelming numbers. There are studies that indicate that if we increase the minimum wage, we'll pump $35 billion into the economy over the 3-year span of phasing it in. That's $35 billion worth of economic activity without spending a dime of federal money. That economic activity, it's estimated, would create 85,000 jobs. So again, I will say, I don't get it. This Congress ought to be about creating jobs. Here's an opportunity to do that without spending a dime of federal money, and yet we can't even get a vote. While we're here in this chamber, the so-called Ryan budget, the Republican budget resolution, is being marked up. That budget resolution seeks to cut $135 billion out of the SNAP program over the next 10 years. In order for that cut to be effected, if it were to ever take on the force of law, millions of people would lose their SNAP eligibility. But get this, If we raise the minimum wage, it's been estimated that we would save $4.6 billion a year, in other words, roughly $50 billion over 10 years, in SNAP costs, because people would be making more money and thus have their eligibility for SNAP reduced. Isn't it preferable to help people earn more money and reduce their dependence on federal programs? If my time has expired, Mr. Speaker, I'd like another minute if possible.
I yield the gentleman another minute.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wouldn't it be vastly preferable to reduce federal expenditures for a safety net program by virtue of lifting the economic status of the people that receive them? Isn't that what we should be doing, trying to lift people up and give them opportunity, as opposed to taking away from them benefits that they very badly need, and benefits that they need because the jobs they have are such low-wage jobs? And all we're asking for is a vote. We simply want a vote. The previous speaker said that we were sent here to vote. That's right. We were sent here to vote. This is a very simple, straightforward provision. It used to get passed with bipartisan support. All we're asking for is a vote. If members don't support the measure, vote against it. Let the American people know where they stand. But if members do support it, they should have the opportunity to vote for it, and hopefully, given us that opportunity, we will pass it so that we can help lift people up without spending a dime of federal money. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to recognize the chairman of the Rules Committee for 6 minutes. Pete Sessions.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Really today's legislation is simple. It's about protecting American workers from job-destroying regulations contained in the Affordable Care Act. And as written, Obamacare establishes a definition of full-time employees as anyone working 30 hours per week, and requires that business provide each of these workers with employer-sponsored health care or to pay a penalty. Mr. Speaker, what we're here for is not the minimum wage today. That is another time, and I'm sure that as other bodies debate this and as the administration trots around the country opportunities to sell their end of that, the American people will get that message. But today, this is about a group of people who are arbitrarily losing and having diminished from 40 hours down to 30 hours their work, their job, directly as a result of Obamacare. And Mr. Speaker, yesterday in testimony before the House of Representatives, there was a discussion about a Hoover Institute study that was done by Dr. Chin. And Dr. Chin specifically went and looked at the impact that Affordable Care Act was having upon employers and employees. And this really was put into context when we realized that this is a net $74 billion change in the law. $74 billion that the administration was counting on American people paying into the Affordable Care Act to support this by diminishing the amount of hours that a person works. So what did Dr. Chin say? Dr. Chin took just one piece part of our marketplace, education. And here's what he said. The final reason I argue the 30-hour rule must be addressed is because of the negative impact it is having, in this case, on school districts, colleges, and universities. And I quote from him, "The analysis of vulnerable workers referred early was that we focused on 225,000 workers who have a history of working in the education industry. And they found out that because of the 30-hour rule, that over 100 school districts across the country, including dozens in Indiana, which is where the study took place, would have either cut workers' hours or outsourced jobs to avoid the Affordable Care Act's employee mandate." What we're saying is that the federal law, that is not a mistake, it is on purpose, was specifically designed to bring $74 billion to the Affordable Care Act by diminishing the hours that the American worker can have. And when we bring this to the floor, they're arguing, oh my gosh, Republicans, they want to have a $74 billion higher deficit. It could not be further from the truth. This is money that comes from American workers. $74 billion. And this common sense legislation that we're handling today will say that we are going to turn back the clock to where there will not be a penalty for having a 40-hour work week in America. Today, the Democratic Party and President Obama want to reduce the number of hours that an American worker will have and make $74 billion off, diminishing what would be in their pockets to move it directly to the federal government. No doubt, you will see other Democrats come to the floor, just as we saw the gentleman from New York, arguing not about the substance of this bill, but about talking about why we ought to do a minimum wage bill. And yet their same arguments are we should have a government that allows people to keep more money in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're doing today. We are, with a common sense bill on the floor of the House of Representatives. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Young, carefully, thoughtfully went and sold this across this body, a bipartisan bill to say that the $74 billion impact on the middle class of this country, in particular universities, those in education, those workers who needed jobs, will lose in essence 1/4 of the hours that they worked because of the Affordable Care Act. President Barack Obama, then Nancy Pelosi, and Harry Reid, who jammed this bill down the American people's throat, and now Republicans are taking on one at a time. This is our 51st slice at explaining to the American people why this is a bad bill. Mr. Speaker, the $74 billion belongs to the American worker, not to bigger government. The $74 billion is exactly why the Republican Party is here today. And I want to thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, who's worked not only on the Rules Committee but also in Energy and Commerce, has meant that he has taken his private sector experience as a doctor to Washington, D.C., and having a doctor in the House, as Dr. Burgess has done, makes a huge difference. And that's why the Republican Party is on the floor today saying, let's pass this piece of legislation.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes. Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk. The Affordable Care Act hit a significant milestone yesterday. Over 7 million people signed up for health care. I was very proud of it. I voted for the Affordable Care Act. I suffered a debilitating illness when I was 5 years old, and my father was a doctor. But beyond that, just knowing human beings and the need for health care, it was so important to me to see that people got health care, and 50 million Americans don't have it. It was a great day when we gave the opportunity for these 7 million people, plus many people that got Medicaid extended to them in states where the governors were responsible in accepting money to provide health care to people who needed it, and the other states are not getting it, and to children who are staying on their parents' health care until they're 26. You're talking over 7 million. When you add in the children and the Medicaid folks, it's a lot more people. It's a day America should be celebrating about. And it boggles my mind to see the other side bringing for the 51st or 52nd time a bill to repeal what is an effort to give 10 million Americans or more health care. We should be celebrating. What you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. Health care is an essential, basic element of life. And if you don't have health care, you're not going to have a fruitful, and long life. So I celebrate the passage of the bill and am in bewilderment the fact that the Republicans are proudly having a 51st or 52nd opportunity to attack what is a bill that gives health care to people, gives parents the knowledge that their children will get health care, children the relief that their parents, when they have illnesses, will be treated, and that nobody will be shut out because they have a pre-existing condition. That women won't be treated because of their sex as a pre-existing condition and not be allowed to get health care. That the donut hole will be filled. This is a day to celebrate. Up on above the speaker's rostrum, Daniel Webster said, "Let's do something great in our time here." We did it, and we need to be proud of it. I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman's
time.
time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman from Texas has 12 and a half minutes. The gentlelady from New York has 16 minutes remaining.
Let me yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a very important point of what we're doing here today. Look, when the junior senator from my state stands up back home and says he wants to repeal every syllable of Obamacare, I'll stand on my chair and cheer because I think that's the right approach. But that's not what we're doing today. We are fixing a problem as it exists in the body of the law that is redefining full-time work as 30 hours per week. We're fundamentally reestablishing that relationship that occurs with America's working class. Now, I would submit that in Politico magazine on March 26, 2014, there was an opinion piece written, How to Fix the Affordable Care Act. And who was this opinion piece written by? Well, it was written by members of the other body, Democratic senators who had voted in favor of the passage of the Affordable Care Act in the first place. But they have proposals that they put forward in an opinion piece on how to fix the Affordable Care Act. One of the things they say is maybe we ought to allow selling across state lines. Maybe we ought to allow for a catastrophic policy to be sold again because that's, after all, been prohibited under the Affordable Care Act. Valid suggestions. They are trying to fix the problems contained within the Affordable Care Act because they recognize it's unsustainable and unmanageable, and perhaps they're a little bit embarrassed because each one of them was the 60th vote that allowed the Affordable Care Act to come back over to the House to be passed. Now, today we're talking about a fix to a problem within the Affordable Care Act that allows full-time employment to be reestablished and redefined at 40 hours per week. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire if my colleague has more speakers?
Your colleague always has more speakers as long as he's seated in the House. But I see no one else waiting, so we can proceed.
Then I am prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we heard again today that the Affordable Health Care Act has caused a lot of job loss. It simply flies in the face of reality that since the bill was passed, 8.6 million new jobs have been created in the United States. And every time we see one of those ads where somebody says, oh, I couldn't do this, I couldn't do that, the health care bill is jumping on me, we have discovered that they are oftentimes people paid to say that on ads, or that they have unfortunately been mistaken. Now, today's rule grants 3 hours of debate on a bill going nowhere because we don't have anything else to do. We all know the Senate will never take up this legislation, and if it did, the President's already said he would veto it. So instead of wasting 3 hours of debate on a 50-second attempt to undermine the Affordable Care Act, I urge my colleagues to finally hold a vote to reform our immigration system, renew unemployment benefits, or raise the minimum wage, or create jobs. This economy would be roaring if we could pass some bills in here. We have 48 bills ready to go that would create new jobs that we can't put on the floor because of our single occupation here of trying to dismantle the Health Care Act. So if we defeat the previous question today, and I hope everybody will vote no on it, to give us a chance to do something that cries out to be done. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up legislation to raise the minimum wage to $10.10 an hour. The American people are calling for an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no to defeat the previous question, vote no on the underlying bill, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of jobs created in the last 5 years, let me point out that the state of Texas has been responsible for the creation of about 1/3 of those jobs. And it is because of our robust oil and gas business in the manufacturing sector in the state of Texas that has been responsible for that job growth. So when the President comes in front of the joint session of the House for the State of the Union address and wants to talk about the jobs created since he became President, my belief is he should say with the next statement, "May God bless Texas," because Texas is responsible for that job growth and had nothing to do with the Affordable Care Act. Let me talk briefly about why we are here today. Of course, the gentlelady mentioned about the passage of the Affordable Care Act. She mentioned the detailed analysis that was done by the Democrats who were then in the majority, how they pored over every word in the legislation. Let me read you the paragraph that is under question today. And I'm reading from Section 1513 of the Consolidated Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. The number of full-time employees for any month otherwise determined include for such month a number of full-time employees determined by dividing the aggregate number of hours of service of employees who are not full-time employees for the month by 120, period. End of sentence. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Well, fortunately, we don't have to wonder what it means, because we have a rule that was promulgated by the Department of Treasury, which came out this past February. It's about a 55-page rule based upon what I just read to the House. It's a long recitation. It contains a lot of things, but here's the bottom line. For employees who average at least 30 hours of service per week during a measurement period, who thus must be treated as full-time employees during an associated 6-month stability period. That's the bottom line. I don't know how we went from 120 per month to 30 hours per week, but they figured it out at the Department of Treasury at some great expense, I rather suspect, because here is this rule that came to the American people on February of this year when the actual law was passed almost 4 years prior. But nevertheless, we have the rule, and people are welcome to read it in the Federal Register. It was published on Wednesday, February 12th of 2014, 2 days before Valentine's Day. We love you, America. Mr. Speaker, this bill before us today, the rule that governs the debate on this bill before us today, keeps that fundamental contract with employers and their workers that full-time employment will be 40 weeks. If you accept the definition from the Department of Labor that it's now 30 weeks, and an employer is trying to reduce costs of providing employment, they may make the logical assumption that if someone only works 28 or 29 hours, then they're not full-time, therefore they do not need to be provided health insurance. And what we've done is we've shifted that entire equation and robbed people of 10 hours of employment every week. That is a significant change in their take-home pay. Mr. Speaker, today's rule provides for consideration of a critical bill to ensure that Americans are not forced to work fewer hours than they otherwise would without these draconian labor laws included in the Affordable Care Act. I want to thank Mr. Young for his thoughtful legislation, working across the aisle to offer a bill that both Republicans and Democrats have accepted in the committee by passing it through the committee with no amendments. He has bipartisan co-sponsors and he has public support. I urge my colleagues to support both the rule and the underlying bill. For that reason, I will yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 8 and Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of House Resolution 530, if ordered. And approval of the journal, this is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 221.
Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise votes aye. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell of Alabama votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 229 and the nays are 194. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 236 and the nays are 186. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. House will be in order. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 530, I call up the bill H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act of 2014, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 287, H.R. 2575. A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the 30-hour threshold for classification as a full-time employee for purposes of the employer mandate in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and replace it with 40 hours.
Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill is adopted. The bill as amended is considered read. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Camp, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, each will control 90 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Camp.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2575.
So ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of restoring Americans' work hours so they can see bigger paychecks and more opportunities. Obamacare places an unprecedented government regulation on workers, changing the definition of full-time from 40 hours per week to 30 hours. As a direct result, Americans across the country are having their hours cut at work and seeing smaller paychecks. At a time when the cost of groceries, gas, and health care keep increasing, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
That is correct. Will members please take their conversations off the floor? The gentleman is recognized.
As a direct result, Mr. Speaker, Americans across the country are having their hours cut at work and seeing smaller paychecks. At a time when the cost of groceries, gas, and health care keep increasing, lower paychecks are simply unacceptable. The bill we have before us today, the Save American Workers Act, would repeal Obamacare's 30-hour workweek definition of full-time employment and restore the traditional definition of 40-hour workweek. Today we're voting to restore hours and wages and give businesses and their workers some relief from the burdens of Obamacare. This is a critical step in creating an America that works. I hear about the effects of Obamacare from workers and employers across mid-Michigan. Recently, Central Michigan University was forced to cut back student-employee hours. As one student said, and I quote, "Students use that money to pay for finances and school, and I think it's going to become increasingly harder for them to pay for school when we can only work 25 hours." End quote. A faculty member at a community college in my district wrote to me recently and said, again I'm quoting, "I hold 2 part-time positions. Today I was informed I cannot continue to do both jobs because of Obamacare laws. Beginning in August, I will no longer be advising and will lose approximately 1/3 of my income. Last year I bought a house I now fear I will no longer be able to afford." End quote. By forcing employers to shift workers from full-time to part-time, the 30-hour rule is destroying hardworking Americans' ability to earn more during these tough economic times. At a time when the President is calling on Congress to increase wages, it is his health care law that is forcing Americans to see smaller paychecks. Obamacare is putting full-time work and the potential to earn more wages out of the reach of millions of Americans. Those who are hit the hardest are low-income Americans already struggling in these tough economic times. According to a Hoover Institution study, 2.6 million Americans making under $30,000 a year are most at risk of having their hours and wages cut as a result of the 30-hour rule. Of that, over 60% are women and 90% do not have a college degree. The administration has made exceptions and delays for big businesses and political allies. Why not American workers and job creators? The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office confirmed the bill we are considering today will reduce Obamacare's unacceptable burden on job creators and increase wages for American workers. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the Save America Workers Act will increase cash wages for American workers by $75 billion, repeal $63.4 billion in Obamacare tax increases, and reduce the number of employers subject to penalties related to Obamacare. I applaud Congressman Todd Young, a distinguished member of the Ways and Means Committee, for his work on this legislation. It's time to vote in support of Americans who are facing higher bills and smaller paychecks, and I urge my colleagues to join me in a yes vote. And I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Young from Indiana.
Without objection. Without objection, gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. As the Senate continues to push for a 25% increase in the federal minimum wage, they continue to ignore that millions of hourly workers face as much as a 25% pay cut as a result of Obamacare. Because of the 30 hours as full-time provision buried in the employer mandate, many employees face the prospect of being limited in their work hours. When they aren't allowed to work more than 29 hours, they simply aren't able to generate the income they need to support themselves and their families. It's worth noting that an employee who sees their hours cut from 39 to 29 is losing 10 hours a week, which over the course of a month is an entire week's worth of wages. The employees we're talking about are the people who most depend on getting every hour and every bit of wages that they can. We're talking about custodians, cafeteria workers, and substitute teachers at your child's school. We're talking about the waitresses and busboys at your favorite restaurant, the cashier who rings you out at the grocery store back in your district, and the guys on the assembly line who help make your car. In my district, we're also talking about adjunct professors at places like Ivy Tech Community College and Indiana University. These are all Americans who want to work, but they're dealing with the unintended consequences, and I do believe they're unintended, of this health care law, Obamacare. Some of these provisions are limiting their hours and pay, and this needs to be fixed. So I introduced the Save American Workers Act because I want to help these hardworking Hoosiers and other Americans who are just trying to make ends meet. By simply repealing this provision and restoring the traditional 40-hour work week, we can help make an America that works. Now, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill. I commend my colleagues on the other side who have already signed on as co-sponsors, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I shall consume, and I
Gentleman's recognized.
My colleagues on the Republican side in the House, they're so blinded by their ideology that they will not or cannot see reality or hear other voices. So here's the reality. 7+ million people have enrolled in private plans through the ACA marketplaces. The ACA is working. Millions have new coverage under Medicaid. Up to 129 million Americans with pre-existing health conditions, including 17 million children, no longer have to worry about being denied coverage or being charged higher premiums due to their health status. 3.1 million young adults have gained health coverage because they can now stay on their parents' health plan up to age 26. That's the reality of ACA, and there's more. There's also the reality of what this legislation would do, and I want to emphasize this because I don't think it has been accurately stated up to date. It would force 1 million people out of employer-based health insurance, according to CBO. 1 million people would be forced out of employer-based health insurance. It would increase the number of uninsured by about 500,000 people, also according to CBO. And so they're bringing this up at the same time that 7 million people have enrolled in private plans through the marketplace, and when millions now have coverage under Medicaid. So they essentially want to go in reverse in terms of health coverage. Also, and they don't face up to this, and I think it's also been misdescribed. This bill would add $74 billion to the deficit, according to CBO, when there is no offset. $74 billion? And you're coming forth here the day after we receive the latest information about ACA, all that has happened beneficially, and you're now coming and saying, knock people off of insurance, knock them off of employer-based insurance, and add $74 billion to the deficit? If any of those figures are wrong, I'd like someone to stand up and say so. Also, there's been much discussion about the impact in terms of part-time employment. And I want to read in quotes what the CBO said definitively in February. In CBO's judgment, there is no compelling evidence that part-time employment has increased as a result of the ACA. So, as we heard in testimony, a community college came forth and said they had reduced the hours of teachers in order to avoid paying health insurance. That's what somebody in the education field wants to come forth and say that's their policy. I suggest instead of foregoing their responsibility as employers, they ought to go into the marketplace and see what they can do to bring more coverage for the people who are working hard. Essentially, what you're doing here today is saying to many, many people who are working hard and who need insurance, this bill will knock you off of your employer-based insurance and increase the number of uninsured by 500,000 while increasing the deficit by $74 billion? Ideology is indeed blind when this kind of a proposition is put forth. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, it's worth noting, would decrease by $63 billion the number of taxes on our employers during the worst economy, some will say, since the Great Depression. It will cause our wage earners around the country to realize an additional $75 billion in wage income. I take fiscal impact, the fiscal condition of this country very seriously. I find it very hard to believe, though, that anyone, a member of this body, would desire to pass a national health care law that is paid for on the backs of our hourly workers, those who can least afford to absorb lower wages, fewer hours, perhaps losing their job altogether. And I think that's essentially the argument I hear from the other side when I hear the $75 billion figure put forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, a distinguished member of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
I want to thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, there's no issue today that's more important in this body than growing the economy and creating jobs. The Wall Street Journal noted that there are fewer jobs today since there's been the Great Depression. There are fewer jobs since beginning back in 2007. The gentleman from Michigan mentioned we need to go in the marketplace. I've been in the marketplace for 30 years as someone who created a lot of jobs, and I can tell you this health care mandate that has employees looking at 30 hours or less a week, unless they get health care, is a big issue. The 30-hour requirement is forcing businesses to reduce working hours and cut wages. I had a gentleman last week that's in my congressional district. He has 291 employees, 3 restaurants. He has mentioned to me numerous times that he's going to have to cut quite a few employees from 40 hours to 29 hours, and he's even suggested in many cases to reduce his health care costs, he's going to have to push it up to some people even more hours because he can bring down his health care costs. The fact with health care costs in my district anyway is as much as $1,500 to $2,000 an employee. So it's a big issue. Another employer in our area, one of our largest employer, are going to be moving hundreds of employees from 40 hours to 29 hours a week. So it's a very big issue in Sarasota, my congressional district. With that, I'd like to just ask my colleagues for quick passage. We need to move this bill quickly, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, is recognized.
I yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Look, the evidence is clear that more people would have their hours reduced if this bill passed than might be true under the present ACA. And I said what the CBO has said in terms of reduced hours of work. So once again, you're just not facing the reality. Changing this to 40 hours will hurt all around. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Levin. Thank you for yielding to me. You know, we speak a lot in this body about the freedoms that as Americans we have been endowed by our forefathers and that are enshrined in the Constitution, whether it's the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, our Second Amendment freedoms. But I think we all understand and know, and unfortunately too many Americans know firsthand, that when you're sick and lying in a hospital bed, or when you're at home and you have a child that you can't afford to take to the doctor, that those freedoms mean very little. How is someone who couldn't get health insurance, whose life is spiraling downward, who can't afford to make their car or mortgage payment, how much are those freedoms worth when their life is spiraling downward because they can't afford health care anymore? The fact is, the Affordable Care Act, one of the greatest things that it's done, is allowed more Americans to be able to enjoy the freedoms that all of us here in Congress fight so hard to protect for the American people. A few of the troubling things about this bill is that 1 million people, up to 1 million people, would lose their health care coverage if this piece of legislation was enacted. As Congressman Levin mentioned, it would cost $74 billion to the American people, adding to our debt and our deficit. What's also interesting is that just about every bill that is allowed to pass through the House of Representatives in this day requires a pay-for. In other words, the Republican majority does not allow a piece of legislation to be passed unless it is paid for by cutting something else. What's different about this piece of legislation is that there's no question that it would cost $74 billion, and yet there is absolutely no pay-for in this bill. I would also note, and as was mentioned, that this would cost American business some money. Well, a few things. First, even many American businesses don't define the work week as 40 hours. They define it as 32 hours or sometimes lower, sometimes 30. Can I get one more minute?
2 minutes to the gentleman.
The gentleman's recognized for an additional 2 minutes.
So this is inconsistent even with how millions of American businesses define full-time employment. And I would also point out this. We know as our economy has started to rebound from the worst recession that we've had since the Great Depression, that many American businesses are doing well, that Wall Street is hitting all-time highs, that the stock market has soared, and that's a good thing for America. And we certainly don't begrudge any company that or any business that. But small businesses are already exempted from the ACA requirements. So this is about more sizable companies. So in an economy where business is doing well, why should we say to all of these workers, people who are going to work every day, who have incredible work ethic, who are powering our economy, that they don't deserve health insurance. You know, I was in San Antonio, and I know in many cities we had long lines on the last day on Monday to enroll in the Affordable Care Act, and people's faces lit up because for the first time in many of their lives, they were going to be able to afford health care coverage. And many of them had their kids with them. There were teenagers there. There were senior citizens there. This is a milestone in people's lives, and this bill would take that away from a million people. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my good colleague spoke with a great deal of sincerity and earnestness when he talked about pay-fors, and it's just worth noting once again that the attempt to pay for this Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, as it's popularly known, on the backs of our hourly workers strikes me as unconscionable. Something that none of us ought to be contemplating, which is why this is a bipartisan effort. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished Majority Whip, Mr. McCarthy of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act. Mr. Speaker, working on an hourly wage is tough. I know this. I worked every single part of the job in a deli, one that I started 25 years ago. Doing an hourly wage is an opportunity to start, to work hard, to impress, to be able to move up. But in today's world, it's a little different. Today, because of Obamacare, you don't have the opportunity to work the extra hours. You don't have the opportunity to expand. Mr. Speaker, I listened to another colleague on this floor said small businesses were exempt up to 50. So now our law is saying you have to stay small, you can't grow, you can't have that American dream to be something bigger. You know, Mr. Speaker, this affects business, but it also affects the public sector as well. In every single district across this country, this is having a great deal of effect. In my own hometown in Kern County, the Board of Supervisors no longer allow seasonal workers. Those are firefighters. Those are extra individuals seasonally because they can't go beyond the time. My community college district no longer has that extra job for the students. The students packed the boardroom and wanted to know why we could no longer do this. They pointed to one bill, Obamacare. Those are the stories you hear, the stories you know about. But you know what? Numbers don't lie. So what have the numbers shown since this law has gone into effect? Department of Labor. Department of Labor shows for low-wage workers in December 2013 clocked the shortest work week on record. Only 27.4 hours a week. That is lower than during the recession. Today we have an opportunity to change that. Today we have an opportunity to unshackle. That an individual can work more hours. That an individual that maybe owns a business can give other people opportunities. Yeah, yes, that the barrier will not be there to make sure you're only small, but you can have the American dream. You can grow. Mr. Speaker, I ask all to join us and make it a bipartisan bill when individuals have co-sponsored this bill to move America forward, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 4152, an act to provide for the costs of loan guarantees for Ukraine.
The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I shall consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
It's too bad that we don't have a position called fact checker on the floor. And so we could yield to the fact checker every time something is misstated. If there were such a position here, today that person would be immensely busy. For example, I think it's correct that student workers are exempted from the count, so to come here and talk about students, I think misstates the fact. And the same is true of the story about the shift would hurt workers, when the truth of the matter is This shift from 30 to 40 would indeed have a major impact in terms of people. Let me read to you from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities dated October 12, 2013. Moreover, I quote, raising the law's threshold for full-time work from 30 hours a week to 40 hours would make a shift toward part-time employment much more likely, not less so. That's because only a small share of workers today, less than 8%, work 30 to 34 hours a week, and thus are more at risk of having their hours cut below health reform's threshold. In comparison, 43% of employees work 40 hours a week, and another several percent 41 to 44 hours a week. Thus, raising the threshold to 40 hours would place more than 5 times as many workers at risk of having their hours reduced. End of quotes. That's the reality. And to come here and to say that what would happen if we don't pass this bill is that more people would have their hours reduced than if we pass the bill, that simply is not correct. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Cantor, the House Majority Leader.
The gentleman from Virginia, Leader Cantor, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the gentleman from Indiana for his leadership on bringing this bill forward, the Save American Workers Act. And it is today that I rise in support of the Save American Workers Act. Mr. Speaker, every working American deserves a fair shot at climbing the economic ladder of success. And every wage earner deserves a chance to live the American dream. However, over the past few months, we've watched the President's health care law wreak havoc on working families and squeeze the middle class who are already struggling to make ends meet. As we all know, millions of people have seen their premiums and deductibles go up under the President's health care law, while others have been forced off the very plans they were promised they could keep. But that's not the full picture. Because of the 30-hour work week provision in Obamacare, wage earners could see their hours reduced, resulting in a 25% cut to their pay. Now, let me just take a moment to explain exactly who might see their paycheck shrink. According to a study by the Hoover Institution, there are 2.6 million Americans especially at risk of having their wages cut. Of those 2.6 million, 59% are younger workers between the ages of 18 and 34, many who may be trying to save for college or for their first home. 63% are women, many of them single moms trying to support their children. The median household income for families most at risk from harm under this Obamacare regulation is just over $29,000. That's the median household income most at risk. The bottom line is this. The workers most affected by these cuts are those who earn the least. For someone who currently earns $10 an hour and works 40 hours a week, being cut to 29 hours means a loss of $110 each and every week. 3 out of 4 Americans are already claiming they're working paycheck to paycheck. A 25% cut to their income would have a devastating effect. This is not how America should work. While this rule will impact Americans in all different industries, those who are most likely to be affected work in retail, restaurants, manufacturing, and even America's education sector. In my hometown of Richmond, many school districts have begun to limit part-time workers to less than 30 hours a week to avoid added costs imposed by the advent of this health care law and would thus strain their budgets. A substitute teacher named Amy from Chesterfield County, Virginia, was asked by the Richmond Times-Dispatch about the burdens of this rule under Obamacare. And she said, quote, "The people that it's going to affect are the people that need or want to work every single day," end quote. So why is the government punishing those who are looking to earn an honest wage? This administration believes that they can hide the reality of the wage cuts with an increase in the minimum wage. But that proposal, which the nonpartisan experts say will result in 500,000 lost jobs, is not the answer. The answer is restore the 40-hour work week and let people work. We've known for a long time that the president's health care law was broken, but now it's beginning to break the backs of American workers. Our constituents don't deserve this broken law or more broken promises. They deserve a fair shot at success without the government standing in the way. Today, we have an opportunity to unclench this middle-class squeeze and restore the 40-hour work week so that wage earners don't have to worry about smaller paychecks. So let's stand together in a bipartisan fashion and take a big step towards creating an America that works again and works again for everyone. I'd like to thank Chairman Camp, Representative Young, and the rest of the Ways and Means Committee for their hard work on this issue, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support working families by passing this legislation. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I shall consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I knew the majority would come here and talk about the middle class. They're trying to escape from their failure to help take action to provide jobs for middle-class Americans. They also, by the way, so far haven't helped out to provide the continuation of unemployment insurance for hundreds of thousands of people, so many in the middle class who've lost their jobs. Look, I quoted from CBO, and I guess I'll have to quote again. This is in February, in quotes. In CBO's judgment, there is no compelling evidence that part-time employment has increased as a result of the ACA. And I'll quote again from this study of the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. And it's headed this way: health reform not causing significant shift to part-time work, but raising threshold to 40 hours a week would make a sizable shift likely. And I quoted why they say that, because the number of people who are working 40 hours or thereabouts, that number is so much larger than those who are working 30 hours or thereabouts. And so any employer who wanted essentially to shift the burden from them to others, they're more likely to do it under this bill than under the present circumstance. And that's the reason why it's been said by CBO that it would force 1 million people out of employer-based health insurance, and it would add $74 billion to the deficit since it's not offset. You haven't refuted a single one of those statements. If they're not true, I'd like you to say so. I'd like you to say CBO is wrong, and also wrong when they say it would increase the number of uninsured by 500,000 people. Those are 3 CBO statements. They stand here to refute the myths that are being brought here in defense of this bill. So you raise the middle class banner, At the same time, you essentially, with this bill, would take away health insurance from many, 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 many middle-class citizens. That's what you would be doing here. I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members to address the remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Paulson, a distinguished member of the Committee on Ways and Means.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the more it's been said before, the more we learn about the president's health care law, the more the facts show it's hurting more people than it's helping. And the latest development now is the law's 30-hour rule is forcing some companies to scale back hours with more part-time jobs and less full-time jobs, so that those employees that have good full-time jobs are now having to go to full part-time jobs. Mr. Speaker, I met with a small business owner. He owns 7 different restaurants. And I know a lot of folks think that people in the restaurant industry, they only employ part-time workers. But 41% of his workers he employs full-time. But because of the new law, where now 30 hours is the standard being considered full-time work, he is being forced to lower the work hours for those employees, nearly all of them, to 29 hours or less. That absolutely makes no sense. These reduced hours are now going to force a 25% reduction in pay for those workers. Many will now have to go out and find a second part-time job just to make up for the hours that they lost. Another small business owner I talked to from Minnesota, he was imploring me when he contacted me, please, Congress needs to correct the 30-hour rule so that it reflects his workforce's needs and his employees' desire to have more flexible hours. He said if it's not addressed by Congress soon, there will be disruptions in the workforce and that flexible work options for his employees could disappear altogether. The 30-hour work rule is negatively impacting restaurateurs, manufacturers, and even our schools, as was mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker. We should be removing these barriers to work. We should not punish employees who want to work more, and we should be helping American workers. So let's pass this legislation. It'll restore some common sense and a common understanding in America that full-time work is 40 hours. It'll pass with bipartisan support. I commend the gentleman for his leadership on this issue, for getting Americans back to work, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, would like to also indicate the fact that I too have read the Congressional Budget Office's estimate of this legislation. They indicate that $75 billion in wages will be lost as a result of the Affordable Care Act if something like the Save American Workers Act isn't implemented. So effectively, I hear some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle making the case that we ought to be funding the Affordable Care Act, essentially, on the backs of these hourly workers, and I don't think that's a position anyone wants to find themselves in. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Salmon.
I thank the gentleman. Is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. It's interesting as we throw all these numbers around. I guess they mean a lot on the floor debate. But to the real people that are suffering, they don't really mean anything. There's an old adage that says there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. In fact, we're throwing numbers around here like they matter, but the fact is there are real people's lives that are being hurt, being destroyed. In fact, I read an article just a few months ago that the community college where I met my wife is actually notifying 1,300 employees, 700 of them, that were adjunct professors, that their hours are going to be reduced, and they are being reduced because of this law. They're being hurt. Guess we can quote them a statistic and tell them, go on your merry way. I know you can't pay for your mortgage. I know you can't make your car payment, can't pay for your child's college education, but we got this great statistic that we just got out of Congress that ought to make you feel better about your life. The fact is we ought to be more concerned about individuals than we are throwing numbers around. I understand CBO also said that total implementation of Obamacare would cost $2.1 million. Fact is we can use statistics to say just about whatever we want them to say. But real people's lives are being hurt, and we have a responsibility here in this body to do everything that we can to try to raise the lifestyle in this country, not degrade it. People are losing their jobs. My son My son lost his insurance because of Obamacare. He was one of that small percentage, again a statistic, that we were quoted. But the fact is he lost his insurance. And now he just told us that he's having his third child. The first two children were delivered by a doctor that they know and trust. But because of Obamacare, their doctor is not covered under their new policy. To add insult to injury, when he went on the exchange to sign up after he was told that his policy was no longer covered because of Obamacare, his premiums went up from $450 a month to $850 a month. That's hardly helping people. I think that it's safe to note this law was passed without one Republican, and it's time that we stop our high horse of statistics and actually care about people.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I should consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
If you care about people, you should be for the ACA. 7 million people have been enrolled in private plans through the ACA marketplaces, to repeat. 7 million plus. And millions, and we'll get the figures, have now coverage under Medicaid. That's lots of millions of people. And you come forth with an individual case. In many cases, I don't know your instance, these cases have turned out to be incorrect. They've been put in political ads and they've been refuted. I now want to read the statement of administration policy from the President, and I quote, "The administration strongly opposes House passage of H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act." It should be called the so-called Save American Workers Act, because it would significantly increase the deficit and reduce the number of Americans with employer-based health insurance. Rather than attempting once again to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which the House has tried to do over 50 times, it is time for the Congress to stop fighting old political battles and join the President in an agenda focused on providing greater economic opportunity and security for middle-class families and all those working to get into the middle class. This legislation would weaken a provision of the Affordable Care Act that keeps employers from dropping health insurance coverage and shifting the costs to taxpayers. According to the Congressional Budget Office, it would increase the budget deficit by $73.7 billion over the 2015 to 2024 period. Moreover, the proposed change would reduce the number of people receiving employer-based coverage by about 1 million, while increasing the number of uninsured. The Affordable Care Act gives people greater control over their own health care. Since October 1, over 7 million have signed up for insurance in the health insurance marketplaces. Because of the Affordable Care Act, Americans have previously been denied coverage due to a pre-existing condition now have access to coverage. Additionally, the law helps millions of Americans stay on their parents' plans until age 26 and provides access to free preventive care like cancer screenings that catch illness early on. While the administration welcomes ideas to improve the law, H.R. 2575 would undermine it by shifting costs to taxpayers and causing employers either to drop or to not expand health insurance coverage. If the President, and this is underlined, were presented with H.R. 2575, he would veto it. End of quotes. With that very effective, I think, so convincing statement, I hope all listen to it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot believe what I just heard. I heard that individual cases ought not be cited, that that's somehow off limits, that individual Americans'
Will the gentleman
lives
yield? I said true cases, not all cases. I said I didn't know the facts in your
Michigan will
case.
suspend. Gentleman from Michigan will suspend. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, one of my colleagues just cited the example of his son, lost his insurance despite the promises of this bill during campaign season. He lost his doctor. He saw that his insurance premiums and co-pays go up. These are real lives we're talking about. These are real hours and real wages that we're trying to remedy. This is a real 40-hour work week that people depend upon. And then to cite the statement of administration policy as somehow being more authoritative than these personal examples, I find, frankly, a bit off-putting. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Minnesota, the chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. It was pointed out that I'm the chairman of the House Education and Workforce Committee. As the name suggests, the committee has broad jurisdiction over policies affecting our nation's classrooms and workplaces. It goes without saying that both face difficult challenges today. Budget constraints continue to plague states, school districts, and institutions of higher education, straining their ability to effectively serve students. Workers and job creators are still struggling in a persistently anemic economy, making it difficult for many Americans to pay the bills and provide for their families. Unfortunately, the health care law is making things worse. Thanks to the President's government-run scheme, full-time jobs are being destroyed, not created. Health care costs are going up, not down, and millions of individuals are losing the health care plan they like, example of which we just heard earlier, instead of keeping it as they were promised. Promised, Mr. Speaker. This reality isn't limited to just private businesses. It's a reality unfolding in schools, colleges, and universities across the country. Recent headlines confirm in stark detail how the President's health care law is hurting our education system. From the Washington Free Beacon, quote, Alabama schools face shortage of substitute teachers due to Obamacare, close quote. From the Weekly Standard, quote, hours cut for 200 North Carolina teachers due to Obamacare, close quote. And just in case my friends from the other side of the aisle would accuse me of selecting only conservative publications, from the New York Times, quote, public sector capping part-time hours to skirt health care law. Close quote. Aside from press reports, we've also heard first-hand accounts of how Obamacare is making it harder for school leaders to meet the needs of students. In December, the committee asked the public to share personal stories about the effects of the health care law on local classrooms and campuses. Heliana from St. Anthony, Minnesota, described her dream to teach at the school she once attended as a student. While that dream may have come true, she wrote that her financial situation is less stable than it was before the health care law. Kate from Hemet, California, informed the committee that her community college would have to restrict workers' hours, noting this impacts our ability to properly serve students. Secretary Sebelius once dismissed concerns about jobs lost and hours cut under Obamacare as, quote, speculation. Yet for Heliana, Kate, and countless others, the health care law is wreaking havoc on their families, their livelihood, and their schools. It's time to do something about it. By restoring the traditional standard of full-time work, the Save American Workers Act will help restore workers' hours and allow them to earn the wages they deserve. And just as important, the legislation will provide relief for schools grappling with a flawed health care law. Congress should not stand by while teachers have their hours cut and students receive diminished access to educational opportunities, all because of bad policies out of Washington. Certainly, I urge my colleagues to provide relief for our nation's workplaces and classrooms by supporting the Save American Workers Act. And I would point out, as my colleague did, that taking the administration's statement of administrative policy as definitive here defies, frankly, all logic. There was no one in America that would be surprised that the President doesn't want changes to his law unless he unilaterally makes those changes. Because after all, Mr. Speaker, if you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan. Unless you can't. If you like your doctor, Mr. Speaker, you can keep your doctor, except when you can't. Before I yield back my time, I'd like to thank the Ways and Means Committee for their excellent work on this legislation. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize my friend and colleague, Dave Camp, who announced earlier this week his plan to retire. During more than 20 years of service, Chairman Camp has been a distinguished member, a dedicated reformer, and a tireless champion of working families. We're going to miss him. I wish him all the best. I yield back.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Speaker, I ask that the balance of our time today be managed by Mr. Rangel, a member of the committee.
Without objection, the chair would recognize the gentleman from New York for the balance of the time.
I recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Lynch. Maine.
The gentleman
Massachusetts.
There you
Whatever.
go. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for how many minutes?
2 minutes,
For
sir.
2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New York for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this bill, the so-called Save the American Worker Act, and to speak in support of working men and women of this great country. I'm here today and every day not only as a member of Congress, but as someone who knows what it's like to work for a living. As someone who for 18 years as an iron worker, I strapped on a pair of work boots during boom times and down economies, and I know what it's like to stand in an unemployment line when my local shipyard closed and when our auto plant shut down. Mr. Speaker, I am part of the American workforce, and like many of my colleagues, I represent hundreds of thousands of hardworking people who struggle every day to make ends meet. And that's why I'm deeply offended that the Republican leadership of this House, the People's House, has the temerity to refer to any of their efforts in the context of saving the American worker. Now, the simple fact is that during my time in Congress, the actions of my colleagues, especially the Republican leadership, have spoken loudly to the contrary. It is impossible in the time allowed to me to cover all the anti-worker efforts that the Republican majority has undertaken since I've been in Congress. They've continually tried to roll back prevailing wage laws and workers' rights and protections that have been in place since the 1930s. They tried to cripple the National Labor Relations Board, put in place in 1935 to protect American workers. Their attacks on the federal workforce are ceaseless, freezing pay and cutting benefits and demoralizing our hardworking men and women in government. Republican leadership has opposed equal pay for women. They've opposed raising the minimum wage. They've opposed employee non-discrimination legislation. In fact, they won't even bring some of those bills for a vote. And as we struggle to recover from the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, Republican leadership has refused to extend emergency unemployment benefits to the long-term unemployed, many of whom use that money just to put food on the table while they search for work. Now the Republican majority has the audacity to put forward a bill they call the Save the American Worker Act. We got to save the American worker from you. That's who we need to be saving them from. The bill before us today.
Time has expired.
Can I get a minute?
An additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman. I thank the Speaker for his indulgence. The bill before us today is more of the same. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this bill will add $74 billion to the federal deficit, force 1 million more people to lose employer-covered health care, and leave 500,000 completely uninsured. And according to a study released by the University of California, Berkeley, this bill will cause 6.5 million workers to lose more hours. This bill, like so many others offered by my colleagues from across the aisle, is not crafted to save the American worker. It's crafted to increase the profits of large employers while workers continue to struggle. Perhaps this bill should be named the Save the American CEO Act. It is the height of hypocrisy that after all their efforts to harm the American worker, then my colleagues should have the audacity to even offer a bill entitled the Save the American Worker Act. Again, we all know and realize that we need to save the American worker from the Republican leadership. That's what we need to do. So I urge my colleagues to continue to oppose these efforts to destroy the middle class and sabotage the American worker and the American family. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Phil Rowe, a member of the Education and Workforce Committee.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of the Save American Workers Act. This bill would repeal Obamacare's mandate on employers to provide insurance to all employees working at least 30 hours per week. It would instead restore the traditional 40-hour standard. Everywhere I go, I hear concerns about the lack of jobs and the need for job creation. Tennessee's unemployment rate is still near 7%. We need to be doing everything possible to encourage employers to not only create jobs, but to maintain current jobs. That's why the 30-hour standard makes no sense. Employers are already struggling to make their budgets work in the stagnant Obama economy. We now know how these employers will be forced to respond, by cutting hours or hiring fewer workers. There's concrete evidence this is already happening, not just in the private sector. In my own hometown, Johnson City, Tennessee, where I was mayor before I came here, the city school system has been forced to keep approximately 200 part-time employees, including substitute teachers, below the 129 hours a month. This hurts the families that count on that income and the school children that benefit from the efforts of these adults. President Obama's case for defending this flawed law is built on a false premise, that there's no other way to help individuals who cannot afford health insurance or who have been affected by a catastrophic illness or disease. Mr. Speaker, I've spent my entire adult life as a physician taking care of people from all walks of life. I want every American to have access to an affordable health care plan, and I've worked since I arrived in Congress to develop patient-centered solutions to help people afford health care, like H.R. 3121, the American Health Care Reform Act. There are ways to reach this goal without creating massive new bureaucracy, spending $2 trillion, weakening the doctor-patient relationship, or increasing premiums for millions of hardworking Americans. But the President won't even engage in a conversation. So in the meantime, we must do what we can to protect the American people from this law. That's why I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this is about the 52nd time that the Republican majority has attempted to either repeal or derail the Affordable Care Act. I don't know why they do it so often, since constitutionally it's abundantly clear that they don't have the votes to pass it in the Senate. And clearly, if it ever reached the President's desk, it would be vetoed. And there are not enough votes to override the veto. So clearly, this madness continues even after more than enough people have enrolled, far beyond those that were expected by some of the Republicans. And this struggle, this madness goes on as though Democrats are the only people that are going to become sick and need health care. So I don't know where we go from here. I assume that comes the next election, once again the voters would speak out. And for those people that have had kids on their insurance policy, we'll hear from them. For those who've had preconditions and couldn't get health insurance, we'll hear from them. From those that thought that getting preventive health care was a luxury, we should hear from them. But more importantly, the people who just could not afford insurance. I cannot conceive how these people are all Democrats and that the Republicans have no people that are vulnerable to illnesses and the severe expenses that's involved. But clearly, it's been my opinion that if this bill doesn't work, if it fails, and if some of these tactics had been successful, that the Democrats would be embarrassed by its failure. But I also thought, and it makes a lot of sense to me, that if indeed the American people started to understand the complexities of the bill and thought they were in need of health insurance, as close to 10 million people feel, then the Republicans would have to defend their negative position as to why they fight so hard to deny people health insurance. So I understand from Mr. Lynch that the bill is named after workers, so that brings me to ask for unanimous consent to insert a letter into the record from the AFL-CIO. Clearly, this is not a management outfit, but really supports the workers. And they, of course, are opposed to this bill that is drafted to go nowhere. In addition to that, I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, that we insert the following letter from the ASHME into the record, which represents county and municipal employees. And they strongly oppose the legislation that the Republican majority has brought to the floor. And lastly, I ask unanimous consent to insert the letter from the National Education Association that opposes this legislation. And
without objection.
Before I reserve the balance of my time, I would like to join in with the majority that has complimented the work of Chairman David Camp. His announcement surprised most of us, but I don't think it is challenged that he has really proven his chairmanship to be all that we expected from him, and then some. I regret the Republicans have passed over his opportunity to reform the tax law, but then again, Chairman's tax reform law made too much sense for anybody to think that it would be picked up by the Republican majority, but it was a bill that would be great for discussion. It was hard-hitting. It provided a lot of savings. It reduced the rates. And so I don't know why, before he leaves, that we couldn't have this taken up. But it's my understanding that the gift that was given to him by his majority was just to allow him to present his draft. And I think that's unfortunate, because if ever there was a time we need to reform the tax laws, it would be now. And so I congratulate Chairman Camp for his attempt to introduce this to the House, and I regret that the Republican majority has out of hand rejected it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that to get a bill this far in the legislative process requires the work of a lot of people. My own staff within my office, the committee staff, and my fellow colleagues who are willing to provide a consultative role, constructive advice, and a very strong leadership role. And so with that, I'm very happy to yield to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Tim Walberg, who helped us introduce this bill. He's a member of the Education and Workforce Committee.
For how long?
2 minutes.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I thank you for your leadership. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to stand here in support of this legislation, good legislation that will help people in my district in Michigan, a hard-hit state because of economic problems, and I think bad efforts and policies from administrations that didn't understand that workers who are encouraged to work to their fullest extent produce an economy. It's hard to take serious the objections of the Democrat side of the aisle. Here, when they talk about the middle class, they talk about employees and their efforts to help them. A party who enshrines the minimum wage and unemployment insurance as the golden grail of what grows an economy. I find that absurd. A party who has decimated the middle class in the last 6 years with policies including what we're discussing today, moving from 40 hours to 30 hours, full-time work requirements. I don't get it. We also understand it's the same party that told us, if you like your insurance, you can keep it. No. If you like your doctor, you can keep it. No. If you like your hospital, you can keep it. No. And now we hear their objections that basically says, if you like your job, you can keep it. No. Back in September, before this ill-advised law took place, Janet from Jackson, Michigan, called my office in tears. A 56-year-old mother of 3, single parent, who had just been told by her job provider that morning in home health care, a very valuable field of service, that she no longer would be working 36 hours, which was her normal working hour opportunity, and was being moved back to 28 because of what? The Affordable Care Act requirements. And so she said to my office staff in tears, how am I now going to make it when I was making it on 36 hours at that job, supplementing that with a waitress job on the weekend, and I was paying my mortgage, my insurance, and now I'm going to be asked to pay for all of that on 28 hours. I'm 56-year-old. Where am I going to get another job? That's what's being produced by this. We want to give Janet the opportunity to have her 36 hours back. We want to give Jim and Jerry and Joan and all the rest of the people the opportunity to have the fullest hours they can possibly have in an America that grows the middle class and gives opportunity for success. And I yield
Gentleman's
back.
time has expired. Gentleman reserves from Indiana. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I just don't know what part of the Constitution the gentleman doesn't understand, but the truth of the matter is that this law passed the House of Representatives, passed the Senate, was signed into law, and verified by the United States Supreme Court, and still we hear people yelling at the darkness that we should repeal it. Now, there are ways to do these things, but one thing is abundantly clear. The way we've been going about this, the 52 parliamentary opportunities that the House has had, this doesn't work. And so if you tried something 51 times, it would seem to me, unless somebody's putting something in the water on the other side of the aisle, that we'll try something else, like try to repair it, try to fix it, try in a bipartisan way to see where we agree that changes could be made to make it easier for employers and employees. But this barking at the moon, to me, is just a waste of taxpayers' money and time. And so at this point in time, I'd like to yield the balance. Is Mr. Waxman ready to go? He's not here. Okay. So I will. How many speakers do we have, and how much time do we have, Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from New York has 62 minutes.
52?
62. 62 minutes. Gentleman from Indiana has 64 minutes.
How many speakers would you have? I only have 2 speakers.
We have 6 on this side.
Okay, I yield to
Mr.
the
Speaker.
majority.
So the gentleman from New York reserves a balance of time. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record a letter of support for the Save American Workers Act, the bipartisan
Without
bill
objection.
By the National Restaurant Association.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, a member of the Ed and Workforce Committee.
How much
2 minutes.
time? Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Congressman Young, for yielding. As an original co-sponsor, I'm very grateful for Chairman John Klein and Congressman Todd Young for their thoughtful leadership on this very important issue with the Save American Workers Act. Obamacare is the saddest example of big government failure. The American people have lost their health care plans, access to their most trusted doctors, been forced to pay significant premium increases for poorer coverage and higher deductibles. On top of all of these broken promises, it's tragic for American families that the President's signature health care law will also destroy jobs. Every day, real constituents living in South Carolina's 2nd Congressional District reach out to me expressing frustration with this broken law. Jennifer, a true small business owner from Lexington, writes, quote, "Keep trying to repeal Obamacare at all costs. The employer mandate will cause my business to move full-time employees to part-time." Dozens of actual people express these same sentiments and plead with Congress to provide relief. The National Federation of Independent Business, NFIB, was correct that Obamacare will destroy 1.6 million jobs. Obamacare's 30-hour workweek rule is lowering the wages for a significant portion of hardworking Americans, the very ones the President claims to champion. On behalf of the millions of Americans who are receiving smaller paychecks and having to work multiple jobs, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and provide greater economic security and opportunity for those who need it the most. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
At this time, I yield 5 minutes to the former chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee that played such an important role in bringing this historic legislation to the floor and to the law.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is an historic week for the economic security of the American people. After an unprecedented surge in enrollment, the Affordable Care Act has led to the largest expansion of health insurance coverage in half a century. More than 7.1 million Americans have signed up for private coverage through the marketplaces. More than 3 million young adults are covered through their parents' plans. Millions more Americans are now covered through Medicaid or through private insurance purchased directly from an insurer. According to an analysis by the Los Angeles Times, more than 9.5 million Americans who previously lacked health insurance now have coverage because of the Affordable Care Act. These millions of Americans now have the peace of mind and economic security that comes with quality, affordable health insurance. And every American knows that they will never be discriminated against because of a pre-existing condition. These are historic achievements. However, despite these reforms to our health system, the Affordable Care Act does not change the fact that the vast majority of Americans who have health insurance get it through their employer. In fact, the law strengthens the employer-sponsored insurance system. It encourages larger employers to do the responsible thing and offer their employees affordable coverage. It ensures that workers get quality coverage and do not face harsh annual limits on their coverage. The bill before us, however, today weakens the employer-sponsored insurance system and hurts American workers. The Congressional Budget Office has indicated that the bill would cause 1 million Americans to lose their employer coverage. CBO found that the bill will cause 500,000 Americans to become uninsured, and CBO found that the bill will cost taxpayers nearly $75 billion. Republicans claim that all of these costs are worthwhile because their legislation will keep workers from having their hours cut. But the fact is, this bill is a solution in search of a problem. CBO said it plainly, quote, "There is no compelling evidence that part-time employment has increased as a result of the ACA," end quote. Since the Affordable Care Act became law, we have added more than 8.6 million private sector jobs. After years of increasing part-time labor, the number of part-time workers today is actually lower than it was before the ACA was enacted. The flimsy justification for this bill just does not stand up to scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the end of the ACA's first open enrollment period can be an opportunity for the Congress to change its approach to this law. More than 7 million Americans have signed up for coverage through health insurance marketplaces. Tens of millions more will sign up in the months and years to come. Rather than pushing divisive legislation, let's come together to acknowledge the fact that millions of Americans getting covered is a great step forward for this nation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record a letter of support from the International Franchise Association for this bill.
Without objection.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, my colleague, Mr. Bouchon, a member of the Ed and Workforce Committee.
The gentleman yields 2 minutes. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this legislation. Let's focus on schools in my district. Greencastle School Corporation were forced to cut the hours of 54 employees from full-time to part-time. The Terre Haute School Corporation were forced to cut the hours of hundreds of employees. Many of them are bus drivers who are no longer allowed to provide transportation for after-school activities. Washington Greene County School Corporation were forced to cut the hours of 150 employees from 40 hours to 29 hours. Eastern Greene County School Corporation had to announce that all of their employees who weren't receiving health insurance will have their hours cut to 28 hours per week. And Du Bois County schools were forced to reduce the hours for instructional assistants, cafeteria employees, and custodial staff. Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of these employees already receive health insurance either through their spouse or other sources, and many of them have worked for the school corporations for many years. School corporations don't have the luxury of raising taxes to pay for these provisions of the Affordable Care Act. They aren't a major business that can raise their prices. School corporations simply can't afford the Affordable Care Act. These Hoosiers work every day with students, and because of this provision in the Affordable Care Act, our students will suffer. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support this legislation and urge my colleagues to vote in favor. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to our distinguished minority whip, maybe after he's had a chance to express what makes common sense, that our Republican friends might change their minds. But I like to yield for the hard work that you've done in this area, and good luck.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend, and I might say that
without objection.
The chairman in exile of the Ways and Means Committee's confidence in my ability to change minds is wonderful, but probably overstated, and I regret that, but I will try anyway. The previous speaker said that people were going to be forced to reduce hours. Now they'll only be forced to reduce it from 40 to 39 as opposed to 30 to 29. In other words, if you work 39 hours a week, you won't have to be covered. You won't have to have health care insurance. And somebody else will pay their bill. Maybe Medicaid, depending upon how much they make. Maybe all of us will pay that extra $1,000 in our premium so that the uninsured can be funded. Or maybe the other employers who do in fact believe that it is good to offer their employees health insurance, even though they only work 39 hours a week. Somebody else will pay the bill. That's what's been happening, of course, with employers who don't provide health care insurance. Their competitors who do are in an unfair position. Why did we choose 30 hours a week? We chose 30 hours a week, Mr. Speaker, because in surveying the private sector employment field, we found that 29 hours was perceived to be the litmus test for 29 hours or less being part-time. So we picked 30 hours, which was more than the average in the private sector. But now we have a bill that's the 52nd vote to repeal the Affordable Care Act. This obsession with undermining the access to affordable quality health care by the American people. This bill changes the definition of full-time employee in a way that would make approximately 1 million Americans lose their employer-sponsored coverage. Do we care? Do 1 million Americans make a difference to us? Do 1 million Americans not having the availability of the assurance that they and their families have health coverage, does that matter to us? Or are they all part of the 47% who aren't going to vote for some of us anyway, the proposition is, so why worry about them? In addition, it would increase the number of uninsured by as many as 500,000 people. And it would increase the deficit by $74 billion. A million people lose their employer-sponsored care. 500,000 people would continue to be uninsured. and $74 billion loss in revenues. May I have one additional minute?
Gentleman, 1 minute.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman has one additional minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is because the legislation provides an incentive to redefine work hours so that more employees would be categorized as part-time. In other words, you work in the United States of America 39 hours and you're part-time. Under this bill, more than 5 times as many workers would be put at risk of having their employers just slightly reduce their hours to avoid providing them with health insurance. That is a change that subverts the goals of the Affordable Care Act, and it's not going to help grow our economy either, but more importantly, it subverts the quality of life, the confidence, the assurance, if you will, of millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I urge the defeat of this legislation. I urge us to confirm the fact that we believe Americans in the richest country on the face of the earth ought to have access to affordable, quality health care, and that everybody would participate in that objective. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this bill, the Affordable Care Act, as the President calls it, Obamacare, clearly would not insure every American in the country. Dropping somebody from 39 hours down to 29 hours is effectively a loss of 10 hours of work per week. Over the course of a month, as I've indicated before, that's the loss of an entire works week worth of wages. For the life of me, I can't understand why the very same individuals who embrace all of the 36 or so administrative changes to this law without hesitation will not work together in a bipartisan fashion, because this is a bipartisan bill to restore the hours and income of those who need it most during the worst economy since the Great Depression. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance, a member of various Energy and Commerce Committee. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Congressman Young for his superb management of this bill and for his expertise in this area. I rise today in support of H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act, which would change the health care law's definition of full-time employee from 30 hours per week to the traditional 40 hours per week. That's 8 hours a day times 5 days in the work week, 40 hours, the traditional work week. Empowering hardworking middle-class men and women to earn additional wages otherwise denied to them under the health care law. Not long ago, I spoke to a constituent from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, in the congressional district I have the honor of representing, whose son works at a grocery store. This young man was told he could only work 29 hours a week. Despite the companies wanting him to work more and pay him more, it could not permit employees to exceed the health care law's arbitrary definition of full-time status. This young man from Basking Ridge must work less and earn less because of the health care law. Too many Americans are experiencing significantly reduced wages and hours worked because of the law. H.R. 2575 will protect existing jobs by removing some of the uncertainty facing employers and employees and help America's job creators put people back to work. I urge passage of H.R. 2575, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Miss Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
We thank the Speaker and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend.
Without objection.
I thank the distinguished gentleman from New York for his leadership and years of service and his understanding of this issue. I heard his debate on the floor of the House, which would drive many of us as members of Congress to come and join you because of the literalness and the straightforwardness of your argument. And frankly, I think that is the challenge that we have this afternoon, is wondering how many Americans even understand what we're doing. Because it's a numbers game, and I've heard the stories of my colleagues, and I am absolutely empathetic and I am sympathetic. All of us have young people working, single parents working, husband and wife working. Maybe there are two that are working in a grocery store. I think the problem with this legislation is that we are giving a pass to businesses who, in actuality, we are providing them with an opportunity to provide enhanced benefits to their hardworking workers. This is a threshold question, and the Affordable Care Act defined a full-time job as 30 hours. So it means that if you have 50 employees that are at 30 hours or above, you provide them with health insurance. But let me remind you, it is the Affordable Care Act. That means that these individuals, if you don't provide them, you have the opportunity to get into a pool, or you can find insurance that fits that level of 50 workers. This does not apply if you have one worker. It doesn't apply if you have two workers. It's a threshold. And so what my friends are telling me, that if you can afford 50 workers, you're dead broke. And then you have to take that 50th worker and drive him or her into the ground and leave them crawling out of your business at 29 and a half or 28 simply because you don't want to do the right thing. That's why this bill is so baffling. In the Rules Committee, I offered 2 amendments to try and make it better, to indicate that commuting time would be included as part of your 40 hours, or that we should delay this bill until we fully appreciate and understand the overall impact of whether or not it in fact undermines hardworking Americans who are in hardworking businesses. We're just passing this bill and have no clue as to whether or not this is going to be something that undermines businesses that have 50 employees. Now, this is the backdrop of what they're doing. And I even offered the point, Mr. Rangel, of why not a tax incentive so that these businesses with 50 employees can keep the 50 employees at 30 hours and get a benefit for providing them with health insurance. And when I say that, one that is pointed to the fact that you have 50 employees and you're willing to give insurance. As it is now, we know that the individual employees will get tax relief. But with 7 million people having enrolled, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that we had a record-breaking access to the Affordable Care Act, or interest, this bill seems to be the complete wrong direction to go.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
It is wrong-headed. I would ask my colleagues to vote against a bill that destroys the working people of America and puts them on their knees to work less hours. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a letter of support for the Save American Workers Act from the National Grocers Association on behalf of their members and on behalf of their workers.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rothfuss.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Workers in western Pennsylvania and across the nation are seeing their hours cut and wages reduced due to the employer mandate in President Obama's health care law. This mandate hurts our friends and neighbors who are working to provide for their families. Last July, a mom working in the food service industry in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, told me about how her hours had been cut nearly in half because of the employer mandate. Sadly, her story is not unique or an isolated incident. Brian in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, called the office to let me know that his daughter would have her hours cut at a bridal shop. She is yet another victim of this 30-hour work week rule. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median hourly wage for someone working in sales in Pennsylvania was $12.18 in 2013. Losing 10 hours a week will cost that worker almost $6,000 annually. Many small business owners want to add jobs and increase wages, but cannot afford to because of the employer mandate. As Brandon from Elwood City said, small companies like ours try to do the right thing for us. They probably won't be hiring someone who can really use a job. Washington should be working to grow the economy and add jobs, not making it harder for employees to earn more and get ahead, or for employers to hire more people. The Save American Workers Act will restore the traditional 40-hour work week and help those who want the opportunity to work more hours and see their wages rise. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand in solidarity with these workers and support this legislation. I thank the Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the Speaker and congratulate Mr. Young on his outstanding leadership in managing this bill, which is going to remove one of the most misguided and confusing provisions of the President's Affordable Care Act. Everyone outside Washington knows that full-time means 40 hours. Only federal bureaucrats would try to redefine a commonly understood fact that is critical to millions of workers and employers nationwide. The redefinition of full-time to 30 hours under the health care law is not only confusing to hard-working Americans, it's confusing to the very government who changed the definition in the first place. Just last week, Mr. Speaker, news reports showed that on different forms of the federal agencies and in different offices, full-time work was being described as 40 hours by some agencies, 30 hours by other departments, and 35 hours by still others. By moving the goalposts on what is actually constituting full-time employment, this administration fundamentally changed the workplace for hourly workers, increasing the risk of lost hours and smaller paychecks for real people, for real workers, for real Americans who are losers under this law called Obamacare. The bipartisan Save America Workers Act, of which I'm proud to co-sponsor, is going to restore that 40-hour work week. I'm proud to co-sponsor it and urge my colleagues to support its passage. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record letters of support for the Save American Workers Act from the Associated General Contractors of America on behalf of their workers and their members, and also a letter by the National Franchisee Association on behalf of their members and workers.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Indiana, my colleague Mr. Stutzman.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Congressman Young for his hard work. Obamacare is waging a war on work. Obamacare's 30-hour rule gives employers an awful choice: cut hours or pay new taxes. Fort Wayne Community Schools, our state's largest school district, announced last year that they would cut 610 part-time workers after estimating a $10 million cost of compliance with Obamacare. My constituent, Todd Holman, the vice president of Pizza Hut and KFC of Fort Wayne, writes this: due to ACA, our company has been forced to reduce the number of part-time employees or face even greater penalties than we already will. Even by reducing the number of newly defined full-time employees, we will still incur nearly $1 million penalty in 2015. While the Obama administration has delayed the employer mandate, businesses are still bracing themselves for Obamacare's inevitable impact. Hoosiers don't need a part-time economy. We deserve a full-throttled recovery. It's time to repeal Obamacare's 30-hour definition of full employment. I thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Young, for his leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2575. It's the right thing to do. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2575 is postponed.
Madam Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
At a time when our economy is sluggish and job creation is stagnant, the last thing American workers can afford are reduced hours. Yet because of the redefined 30-hour full-time employee definition in Obamacare, that's exactly what many Americans are facing. Now, in addition to higher premiums and canceled coverage, millions of Americans are at risk of losing hours. Many of them are women, young moms and dads, and those working hard to support their families and make ends meet. And now they're paying the price for the President's broken health care law. The Save American Workers Act will help them. It will restore the 40-hour work week. It will help Americans bring home their paychecks, and it will provide relief to those who need it most. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2575 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 287, H.R. 2575, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the 30-hour threshold for classification as a full-time employee for purposes of the employer mandate in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and replace it with 40 hours.
When proceedings were postponed on Wednesday, April 2, 2014, 1 hour and 46 minutes of debate remained on the bill as amended. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Young, has 54 1/2 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Rangel, has 51 1/2 minutes remaining. Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin, will control the time of the gentleman from Indiana, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, will control the time of the gentleman from New York. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act. This act would restore the traditional 40-hour definition of a full-time job. Washington may think that it knows best, but that's simply not true. This provision of Obamacare is a perfect example of how the law hurts the very people it was intended to help. In Arkansas, we try to apply a little common sense. We all know 30 hours isn't full-time, but that's what Obamacare says. And no one seems to know why. We had a hearing in the Ways and Means Committee, and many of those who testified were puzzled as to why 30 hours was chosen. Even in France, a full-time job is 35 hours a week. Because of Obamacare's mandates and taxes, employers are cutting workers' hours and replacing full-time folks with part-time folks. This is real. We've seen this in Arkansas. Let me give you some examples. Arkansas State University reduced some workers to a maximum of 29 hours per week. Area Aging of Western Arkansas cut hours for hundreds of home health aides and drivers to 28 hours per week. Pulaski Technical College limited hours for adjunct faculty, directly impacting students' education choices. And just yesterday, I received a letter from the Arkansas Hospitality Association. They say Obamacare's 30-hour rule will hurt roughly 100,000 hospitality workers. These are folks who are working hard, playing by the rules, and trying to make it. All they want is a fair shot at success. That's what they deserve, but Obamacare has taken that away. According to research by the Hoover Institution, this Obamacare rule puts 2.6 million workers making under $30,000 a year at risk. Almost 90% of these workers do not have college degrees. Over 60% of them are women. These are good, hardworking Americans, but they may lose their hours or even their jobs thanks to Obamacare. Wasn't this law supposed to help people get health insurance? But what are they getting? They're getting no insurance and less pay. Incredible. Incredible. I want to thank my colleague and my good friend, Mr. Young, for introducing this important bill, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan solution that will help workers keep their jobs and higher wages. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserved. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I shall consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman who has just spoken has it backwards. What would hurt American workers is not the Affordable Care Act. Millions have signed up to be covered. No, what would hurt American workers is this bill. I said yesterday, and no one has refuted, this bill would mean that 1 million people, according to CBO, would lose their employer-based health insurance. By definition, these are people who are working because they would lose their employer-based health insurance. That's what CBO has estimated, and no one has refuted it. It would increase the number, according to CBO, of uninsured by 500,000. No one has refuted this. CBO also says that it would add $74 billion to the deficit. Again, this is CBO, and no one on the Republican side has refuted this. This would put 5 times more people at risk of adverse effects than would be true under any other circumstance. So essentially you have a bill that would cost people, 1 million people, of their employer-based health insurance, would increase the number of uninsured by about 500,000, and would add $74 billion to the deficit. So instead of talking about unemployment insurance, instead of talking about minimum wage, instead of talking about immigration legislation, we have a bill up today that would have these adverse consequences and pass a bill that will never go anywhere in the Senate. And because we aren't acting on these other measures, they're spreading out debate on this bill for 2 days. When it leaves here, it goes nowhere, and would be vetoed by the President if it ever passed the Senate, which it never will. So this is worse than an exercise in futility. This is an exercise in doing harm when ACA is bringing benefits to millions and millions of people. It's deeply unfortunate. Madam Speaker, I ask that the balance of our time be managed by the gentleman from Washington, Mr. McDermott.
Without objection. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Arkansas for bringing this to the people's attention. You know, it's almost funny when the president wants to take something that's the heartbeat of America, and that's our work ethic, and redefine it by saying that 30 hours is considered full time now. What are we teaching the generations that's coming behind us if we say you can work less and still be considered full time? The backbone of this country was created by entrepreneurs, by individuals that got up and worked hard, worked long hours, and they did what it took to be successful. And now this president has given the generation coming up behind us, which is my kids, my 5 kids, and redefining what is called full time by saying it's okay to work 30 hours. Because it's convenient to a piece of legislation that is bankrupting this country called Obamacare. Now, what is it that we're really trying to teach this generation? Are we trying to teach this generation that staying home and working fewer hours is okay? I mean, my colleagues on the opposite side stood up and said that it's good for us to work less hours because, well, they can spend more time at home. But yet the people that this is going to affect, they want to work more. They're trying to pull themselves out of the situation they're in. My goal as a father is to teach my kids the value of work. We want to make sure our kids get a great education. I get that. But what is an education without a work ethic? And yet this administration, the one that is trying to say they're going to protect the youth, is making an excuse and excuses and excuses for them to just sit home and be okay with 30 hours a week. Being okay isn't what drove this country to be the greatest country in the world. We're better than okay. We're above being okay. We're the best, and it's because of our work ethic. And this shouldn't be used as a political ploy just by this president. So I thank my colleague for yielding me this time, and I urge my colleagues to support this.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will take such time as I can consume. Madam Speaker, on a rainy September day in 2006, or 2008 actually, a constituent of mine named Ingrid was badly injured with a terrible fall in her home. She was rushed to the emergency room where she was cared for, and her life was spared. Yet Ingrid came out of that experience stuck with a $23,000 hospital bill because she couldn't afford to have health insurance. A few months later, Ingrid was forced to sell her home to pay off that enormous hospital bill. Today, on a rainy day in April of 2014, there's a different story to tell. It's a rainy day in Seattle, not here. The story of the Affordable Care Act. The story of 7.1 million mothers and sons, fathers and daughters who have a newfound sense of health security and peace of mind. 7.1 million honest, hardworking Americans, in addition to the 2 million young adults who are protected by staying on their parents' plan, in addition to the millions more who are now covered by children's health insurance programs and Medicaid expansion. One of them was Ingrid. Ingrid's life is vastly different now from what it was in 2008. She's still one of the hardest working people her friends and neighbors have ever met. She still loves the outdoors and drives a pickup truck. But today, she's happy, healthy, covered because of the ACA. So as this chamber, for the 52nd time, considers a radical extremist Republican resolution to kill the Affordable Care Act, I stand with millions of Americans who have been covered because of the ACA and the millions who still need health security. I stand in opposition to the idea that this nation is incapable of guaranteeing health security for all its citizens. Republicans have no plan, and I emphasize no plan to cover the American people. Speaker Boehner earlier this week would not commit to releasing a Republican plan until after the election. I mean, how transparent can you be? Proof that this is political. So the introduction of this bill is simply surrender in the face of the health care crisis in America. How else can you explain the Republicans' introduction of a bill that cancels the health insurance policies of 1 million Americans? That sounds like surrender to me. How else can you explain a bill that raises the deficit by $75 billion? It's more surrender. How else can you explain a bill that puts 5 times the number of American workers at risk of losing hours at work? How else do you explain a bill that does anything but dare employers to slash work hours for workers in order to avoid the responsibility to offer health insurance coverage? How can they say this bill solves a problem of employers cutting hours and refusing benefits when it really only makes it worse? It is surrender, unconditional surrender by the Republicans, pure and simple, to force yet another vote on a bill that has no chance of becoming law. There isn't one chance in a million. One thing I learned in medicine was you never say never. But this is one I can say. It will never, ever pass the Congress. A bill crafted purely to appeal to the Koch brothers and the producers of Fox News rather than forged to protect honest Americans like Ingrid. The latest Republican bill also denies a confirmed truth. The ACA is succeeding in its primary mission to expand access to quality health care for each and every American. So make no mistake, the ACA is not going away. I got news for you. It is not going away. It is here to stay. The mission before the Congress now should be, in fact, must be, to move forward to further implement the ACA and to improve the law where needed. I talked to Bill Frist about a year ago, former leader of the Senate, Republican leader of the Senate. He said, don't repeal, fix. That's what we ought to be about doing, but we're not doing that. In order to guarantee not just access for each and every American, but to lower health care costs across the board. Yet this rather perverse bill raises health care costs for everyone by increasing the number of uninsured. That's pure and simple surrender. Surrender to an idea that our nation, that is no longer capable of accomplishing great things. Surrender to the idea that America, the richest and the most advanced country on the face of the earth, can't guarantee that its citizens won't lose their homes when they get sick. That's what you're admitting by this bill. They will not, you're saying they have to choose between food on the breakfast table or instead of medicine on their bedside table. Now, that, in my view, is a situation that has no explanation other than the fact that you have surrendered. You have given up the idea that America can take care of its own people. A choice that Ingrid once had to make, but she will never have to make again. That's what's true about the ACA. She has health care coverage. That's what's right about the ACA. And this bill under consideration, H.R. 2575, has nothing to do with what is either true or right. And I urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I think it's instructive to think about what this bill does in the context of the ACA. The Obamacare defines full-time as 30 hours. Now, that doesn't surprise me coming from this administration, but we all know that just because Washington says it so doesn't make it so. 30 hours isn't full-time. When we asked some experts who testified in Ways and Means, they had no idea where the 30 hours came from. They surmised that people were sitting around at the White House and just said, 30 is a good number. They could have said 20. How about 10? How about 1 hour a week is full-time? If we tried to change it and it was 1 hour, of course people that had insurance would have their situation changed. But this is about what is full-time and what isn't. The French consider 35 hours full-time. Can we not at least agree that in this country 40 hours used to be full-time? That's the issue. Madam Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, Representative Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we are here yet again talking about another failed aspect of Obamacare. It is simply unacceptable that a law meant to improve our health care system has not only failed to do that, it's actually become a job killer for this country. The need to change the 30-hour work week, it's personal. My dad started out working at a local McDonald's as an hourly employee and eventually worked his way up to become a franchise owner. Not only did my dad teach me that anyone can achieve the American dream if they just work hard enough, but he also taught me that policies passed right here in this chamber have real-life consequences. If this provision is not fixed, workers are going to see fewer hours, which means they're going to see smaller paychecks. Studies show that there could be upwards of 2 million less full-time workers by 2017 and the potential to short workers out of $75 billion in wages. Supporters of Obamacare want the American people to believe that we are just wasting our time talking about changing Obamacare and that we should just simply move on. I want folks in the 13th District of Illinois to know I will not move on. I will not quit talking about the complete failure of Obamacare, and I will continue to advocate for common sense fixes to this disastrous bill which will protect hardworking Americans in my district. And I also want to point out, you're going to hear a lot of discussion from the other side of the aisle that this will take hardworking Americans off of employer-based insurance. I want to remind my colleagues that the architect of Obamacare, Zeke Emanuel, it was reported just a few weeks ago that he expected that the private insurance-based healthcare system, coverage system, would be gone by the year 2025. Well, that means the employer-based healthcare system would be gone by the year 2025. He also said he expects 1,000 hospitals to close. I ask my colleagues which hospitals, especially those like in my small town of Taylorville, Illinois, which is our largest employer, which hospitals will close. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
It's expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Van Hollen, 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McDermott. You know, last night in the House Budget Committee, we had a big debate, and at the end of the debate, we voted on the House Republican budget. And during that debate, there was a lot of talk about how we can reduce our long-term deficits. And our Republican colleagues in their budget said they didn't want to close one special interest tax break to help reduce our long-term deficit. They'd rather cut the budget that helps provide for our kids' education. They wanted to reopen in their budget the donut hole so seniors with high prescription drug costs will pay $1,200 more per year. So they were willing to do all that, but they wouldn't close a single tax loophole. But they said they cared about reducing the deficit. Now, lo and behold, we have a bill on the floor of the House that in one fell swoop, if it's voted on, will increase the deficit by $74 billion. Now, Republicans have a rule that they put into the rules of the House that says you can't do that. You shouldn't be increasing the deficit. There should be some offset. You should cut somewhere else. We think you should also be able to cut some tax expenditures for very special interests, but the idea is that we shouldn't be doing things that increase the deficit. But those rules were waived for this. Little special one in the Rules Committee. We're not going to abide by the rules, and so $79 billion increase to the deficit. Now, here's the really interesting thing. We had a debate last night in the Budget Committee about the Affordable Care Act. And we made the point that the Republican claim that their budget is balanced in year 10 is totally inconsistent with the claim that they want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And here's why. In the Republican budget, and we all hope it will come to the floor next Thursday, in the Republican budget, they get rid of all the benefits for people in the Affordable Care Act, right? They get rid of the tax credits that help more Americans purchase insurance. They get rid of the provision that says you can keep your child on your insurance policy to the age 26. They get rid of all that. But you keep very important parts of the Affordable Care Act. You keep all the revenues, $1 trillion in revenues. And you know what else you keep? You keep all the Medicare savings. In fact, you have $2 trillion embedded in the Affordable Care Act, in your budget from the Affordable Care Act. And today is the smoking gun. Because if you pass this bill, the budget that was claimed to be balanced yesterday in the Budget Committee is no longer in balance. You know why? You claimed that in year 10, under your budget, in year 10, that you would have a surplus of $5 billion. But that's not true, because you can't at the same time claim with a straight face that you're getting rid of the Affordable Care Act, because the Affordable Care Act provides, as I said, $2 trillion in your own budget. And in that year 10, when you pass this, $9 billion disappears from the Treasury in year 10. And so today, by your own accounting, the budget that Republicans claimed to be balanced last night at the Budget Committee today will already be unbalanced. And that's just getting rid of a little piece of the Affordable Care Act. If you get rid of all of it, then you get rid of all the revenues that are in your budget, and you get rid of the savings in your budget, and your budget will not possibly balance. So, Madam Speaker, it is a fraud to claim that the Republican budget balances, and at the same time for Republicans to say they're in favor of getting rid of all of the Affordable Care Act. Both things cannot be true at the same time. So either Republicans level with the American people, that their budget's not in balance, and starting today it won't be by their own terms, or they acknowledge to the American people that they've gotten rid of all the good stuff in the Affordable Care Act, the stuff that helps people afford health care, but they kept all the savings. So the moment of truth is today. Smoking gun is today. We had this big debate. I hope the Budget Committee members on the Republican side will come down here and fess up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Iowa.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and also Mr. Young for his authorship of this bill. I changed dramatically what I had to say when I came down here when I heard that the Republican endeavor to reestablish the 40-hour work week, which is a practical thing that's good for people, is a fraud. A fraud? The people that have been the advocates for Obamacare are using the word fraud. No, I won't yield. I won't yield. The people. I heard what the gentleman had to say. The people that are the advocates for Obamacare itself, which is a fraud against the American people.
The gentleman from Iowa will suspend.
Can I ask for a point of order? What point of order, Madam Speaker? What recourse, if any, do I have when the gentleman misstated my point? Totally.
The chair cannot give an advisory opinion.
All right. Well, if the gentleman would yield, we could clarify it, but apparently
the gentleman
he won't.
has not yielded.
That's all right. I gotta go.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time I might have?
The gentleman from Iowa has 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The gentleman used the term fraud. It is ironic that Obamacare itself has been so misrepresented to the American people that for the top 3 things that were stated by those who advocated for Obamacare, that if you like your policy, you can keep it. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And by the way, we're going to save these families $2,500 a year. There's not a single family in America that promise has been kept for, and yet I hear the word fraud from the other side of the aisle. And it's not very far down to Mount Vernon, where, at least by legend, it's alleged that George Washington was asked, who chopped down the cherry tree? He said, I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down the cherry tree. Well, calling the Affordable Care Act is not true. George Washington could not utter these words. He might be able to say the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, because that's technically the name for it. But to utter those words and try to tell the American people it's affordable by anybody is not true, and I don't think George Washington could state that. So we're watching here as people have jobs where they get paid overtime, 56 hours a week, 45 hours a week. They're getting paid time and a half over 40 hours because that's the standard work week. And now we see Obamacare dropped it down to 30. Employers did the rational thing. And we're hearing that that gap between 30 and 40 cancels insurance policies. It doesn't cancel any insurance policies. Instead, it gives people an opportunity to work longer, earn overtime, and for the employers and the employees to keep their contract with each other. I strongly support this bill, H.R. 2575, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve my balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman from Illinois 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2575, the Safe American Workers Act. Simply put, this bill just reestablishes what most Americans think is full-time work. 40 hours. It's what I grew up knowing. It's what my parents and grandparents grew up knowing. Interestingly, we've been talking a lot about jobs here in America. The president continues to call on Congress to pass more jobs legislation. Well, let's look at jobs in his home state where I hail from in Illinois. The Illinois Policy Institute since 2011 says that Illinois has lost 66,000 jobs just in retail food and beverage since 2011 rather. Ironically, that is more job loss than job gains, jobs added in every sector in the president's home state. His unemployment in his home state in Illinois stands at 8.7%, a full 2 percentage points higher than the national average. And among young people and minorities, it's even worse. Among African American men, the rate of unemployment is 19.6%. Among Hispanics, over 11%. And among young men and women, young people, ambitious people, a whopping 30% rate of unemployment. 6 years since the economy tanked, 5 years into the Obama administration, 4 years after Obamacare has become law, this is what we're left with. Now, I recently met with the manufacturer in Quincy, Illinois, who had me meeting with several hundred of his employees, Knapheide Manufacturing. People that they like, people who are doing a good job, people who are getting paid a fair wage, people who like their job, but people whose jobs are being cut back by 25% because of the Affordable Care Act. In true dollars and cents, this is about $330 a month that they're losing in take-home pay. Now, to put this in perspective, every time the president gets on Air Force One, it costs about 500 times that amount for every hour on Air Force One. I would suggest the best job that Congress can pass is a jobs bill that ensures people who have a job and like it can keep it. And that's what this jobs bill does. I urge passage and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I take some time as I may consume here.
The gentleman's recognized.
A little history might be helpful here. There was a time in this country where people worked 60 hours a week, 7 days a week, 6 days a week. The only reason we have a 40-hour week at all were labor unions who went out and struck and forced the process to get a 40-hour work week. They also were the ones who created the healthcare system in this country after the Second World War. People didn't have health insurance prior to that. And labor unions said, when the president said we can't have any increase in wages and we can't have any increase in benefits and prices can't go up, labor unions said, well, let's have something called the benefit package. The benefit package that was created in the middle 40s included health care and pensions. It came from the union movement. They're the ones that stood in the rain and the sleet and the snow on the picket lines to get these changes. Now, we have a law that comes in and says, let's deal with everybody in this country. And the judgment of this Congress was that an employer had the responsibility to provide health insurance for his or her employees if they worked 30 hours a week. That was considered full-time. That doesn't change the laws, the other laws of the labor laws, of all the other things. It's for the purpose of this act that employers must consider their people full-time if they work 30 hours. Now, if employers don't care, if they say, well, let me figure out how I can cheat my people out of any benefits, I'm going to drop them down to 29 hours. Well, there are people like that. But the law says if you do that, then you have to pay a penalty for everybody you didn't cover. So we tried in every way possible to make it possible to give people flexibility, but this law will not work, according to the American Enterprise Institute, without a mandate that everybody be covered. And we're not changing labor law. We're not changing overtime rules. We're not changing any of that stuff. We're saying for the purpose of this law, an employer must cover anybody who works 30 hours. And if they don't care about their employees, they run a restaurant and they don't want their employees to be healthy, knock them all down to 29 hours and let them come in sick. Then you've got a restaurant where you're going in to eat lunch and the employees haven't been able to see a doctor. That's what you're asking for. We're saying everybody in this country ought to have health insurance, and they ought to have the access to go to a doctor when they need it. And so this business about we're somehow destroying the work ethic in this country and all that kind of nonsense is simply nonsense. That's not what this is about. This is about another way to destroy the act. And you know it, we know it, and the world should understand that this is the 52nd attempt to repeal the law, to undermine it so it will not work. And I urge people to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Serves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman from Pennsylvania 1 minute. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few things. I rise in strong support of this legislation today, Save American Workers Act. Let's face it, the health care law has redefined what it means to be a full-time worker in this country. And notwithstanding the comments from my colleague from Washington, I must disagree with what he's been saying about it. This bill does not in any way repeal the health care law. What it does do, it mends the law. It does not end it. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said, mend it, don't end it. This mends it. Let's be very clear about that. In my district, let me tell you who's affected by this. Cafeteria workers who work in school districts like the East Penn School District or the Southern Lehigh School District. They're getting their hours reduced below 30. I have a major employer, national employer, just opened a major distribution facility in my district, over 500 employees. They have over 50,000 people nationwide. More than half of their employees are part-time. Many of those people are being reduced below 30 hours per week as a result of this law. This is a targeted fix. We know that these hourly workers are going to see wage reductions up to 25% as a direct result of the law. There are consequences to this law. Sure, it's not about some employers wanting to cheat their employees, quite frankly. It's about many employers not being able to afford the people they have. If they don't reduce their hours, many will be laid off. They will have no wages at all. That's the worst of all worlds. But that is a real consequence of this particular law. We're all hearing it in our districts. And by the way, we should point out one other thing, too. The folks who are most directly impacted by this particular provision of the health care law are the young, are women, who are more likely to be affected by this. There's no question about that, and I think we should be clear of those who are most directly impacted. There was a Hoover Institute, actually, study that pointed out that the young, the women, and those without a college education are most likely to be impacted by the loss of hours, loss of wages. That means less money in their pockets. We're having a debate about the minimum wage over in the Senate right now. But why don't we talk about letting people work, letting them work more hours than what this law allows them to? I strongly support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman from Virginia 1 minute.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his leadership on this important issue. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Save American Workers Act. This important bill will restore the traditional 40-hour definition of full-time employment as it relates to the President's health care law. Under the Affordable Care Act, the 30-hour rule has resulted in fewer jobs and reduced working hours for Virginians and for Americans, putting 2.6 million workers with a median income of under $30,000 at risk for losing their jobs and losing their working hours. In Virginia's 5th District, we have heard from many constituents who have seen their hours cut due to this 30-hour rule. When hours are cut and wages are cut, the American people suffer. I urge my colleagues to support this important bill so that America can get back to work. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Kansas, my friend Ms. Jenkins, and ask unanimous consent that she control the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized for 3 minutes, and without objection will control the remainder of the time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I would like to commend Congressman Young for introducing this important legislation and Chairman Camp for making it a top priority. We've heard from employees and employers alike about the negative consequences of the employer mandate penalty, and more specifically, we've heard firsthand that defining a full-time employee as one who works no more than 30 hours per week hurts the ability of employers to hire workers and grow their businesses, and it hurts the efforts of low-wage workers trying to enter the middle class. Madam Speaker, I request that this letter from the Society of Human Resource Management in support of H.R. 2575 be entered into the record. Thank you. Even though the President has unilaterally delayed the employer mandate twice, employers are already reacting to the employer mandate by reducing their employee hours. I spoke with one business owner in my district this week who told me that although he will not reduce the hours of current employees, he has not hired a single employee for more than 30 hours of work per week in over a year. Additionally, he told me that the number of his employees working 40 hours per week has naturally declined by 25%, and that he will continue to replace these full-time employees with part-time employees. It's also concerning that the employer mandate penalty is disproportionately affecting Americans who can least afford it: women, young people, and low-wage earners. A study done by the Hoover Institution concluded that Americans most at risk of having their hours reduced are the 2.6 million Americans who currently work over 30 hours but have an income slightly above poverty level. 1.64 million of these folks are women, and another 1.56 million are young people. I'm proud to support this legislation to restore certainty to our employers and opportunity to employees by defining a full work week as 40 hours. Madam Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you. I understand my friend and colleague, Mr. Van Hollen, was on the floor talking about the disingenuous approach here and the discontinuity between what we're talking about today and what we did yesterday in the Budget Committee. It's an unusual approach to public policy, where there is a claim that they are, under their budget, if they're able to enact it, going to completely eliminate the Affordable Care Act, but they're going to keep all of the taxes, and they're going to keep the adjustment to the Medicare Advantage program that was such a focal point in their campaign attacks last year. It was bad when Democrats did it with the Affordable Care Act, but they're going to keep all of those changes. Last week, we had, by a legislative sleight of hand, a short-term fix for the sustainable growth rate. Now, that's the adjustment that is made on an ongoing basis on physician reimbursement under Medicare that's gotten wildly out of whack. It was something that I voted against when it was first enacted. It's an annual charade that goes here where we force people in the medical space to come to Washington, D.C. to plead against draconian cuts. We actually had been working in the Ways and Means Committee and the Commerce Committee
on a bipartisan approach that would actually solve this problem permanently. And then last week, we had an approach that was advanced on the floor of the House by our friends from the majority side that turned its back on the carefully negotiated bipartisan solution that we were close to being able to move forward, patched together another one-year extension that was going to continue this abuse of people in the medical space, having the threat of dramatic cuts hanging over them. And what happened? We had vigorous debate on the floor of the House where it was pretty clear that this was not going to pass, where we had the Medical Association and a number of medical professionals just opposed to the so-called doc fix because of the way that it was being done, because of the short-term expedient, because cherry-picking items that were going to make a long-term solution even harder and subject them to that same treatment. It was clear to a number of us that it was very questionable whether that would pass. It looked like there would be enough votes to defeat it on the suspension calendar that would require 2/3 of us to vote in favor of it. It's reserved for non-controversial issues. With this, certainly no longer was non-controversial. And what happened? The Republican leadership put somebody in the chair. They went ahead and effectively orchestrated a voice vote that nobody knew was coming. I know that there were Republicans that were outraged about that treatment. Well, and now, what are we looking at today? We're looking at another effort to undermine the Affordable Care Act. We have people talking about problems with changing the definition of part-time employment, people having their working conditions changed, for something that, is not going to be enforced for larger firms until 2016, and for smaller firms until 2017.
Yield the gentleman an additional minute.
They're conjuring up a problem here that maybe people will use it as an excuse for things that they want to do, but nobody's forced to do this at this point. It's not going to take effect for years. Their proposed solution to a probably non-existent problem is to blow another hole in the budget of over $70 billion. And this isn't paid for. It was a requirement to pay for the doc fix, but this little maneuver, $70 billion worth, isn't paid for. The hypocrisy and the double dealing here really frustrates me more than I can explain. If we would be able to deal with things in a straightforward fashion, let people know what they're voting on, try and solve real problems, rather than trying to undermine the Affordable Care Act, we'd all be a lot better off.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, my friend and colleague on the House Committee on Ways and Means, Ms. Black.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to say thank you to my colleague from Texas for yielding. Madam Speaker, Obamacare's arbitrary 30-hour full-time work week puts about 2.6 million workers, American workers, making under $30,000 a year at risk of having their hours and wages cut. And 63% of those adversely affected by this arbitrary 30-hour rule are female workers, according to the Hoover Institute. It's no wonder that a majority of Americans oppose this law, and certainly no wonder that a majority of women oppose it. For all the talk about the supposed war on women, it's Obamacare that's waging a war against female workers. That's why I am proud to stand in support of women across this country to repeal this arbitrary 30-hour full-time work week. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Becerra.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. First, the facts, not the facts from this side of the aisle, not the facts from the other party, but the facts that we get from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, which is in charge of telling all of us, Congress and the rest of the country, what does legislation that's proposed by Democrats and Republicans actually cost? What will it actually do? They're the nonpartisan referee that we're supposed to rely on to sort of give us the facts without getting into these political battles. And what do the folks at the Congressional Budget Office say about this bill? One, it will increase the deficits by $75 billion. Two, around 1 million American workers will lose their health insurance coverage that they get through their employer today. Three, around 5 times as many workers in America will be at risk of losing hours at work as a result of this bill should it become law. Okay, so those are the facts, not from Republicans, not from Democrats, but from the nonpartisan CBO. So let's now talk a little bit about those facts a bit more, because I think a lot of folks are probably very confused. What the heck is going on? We're going to lose hours at work. We're going to gain. What's going on? Essentially, it's this. We've got to figure out how we make sure that employers that currently offer insurance to their employees, health insurance to their employees, don't say, hey, I don't want to do it anymore, so I'm going to stop offering it. How can I do that? I can make sure I keep my employees employed for less hours than is required by the law. This bill says if you have that threshold of the number of hours you have to work be 30, well, a whole bunch of employers are going to say, hey, I can game the system if I drop the number of hours my employee works at the job to less than 30. That's true. The problem is this. The vast majority of Americans don't work 31 hours, 32 hours a week. They work 40. A lot of Americans, in fact, work 42, 44. They work overtime. And so what the Affordable Care Act did was made sure that most employers who currently offer employer-covered insurance to their employees continue to do it, because very few employers are going to say, I can game this system by dropping my 40-hour worker to 29 hours. That's 11 quality hours, unless you were just letting these folks just sit on a couch. What happens if you raise the number of work hours to qualify for the Affordable Care coverage to 40 hours? Well, that's why the CBO says about 1 million Americans will lose their insurance coverage. Because if you're working a 40-hour work week, while an employer would say, gosh, it'd be tough for me to drop you to 29 hours, it'd be a lot easier to say, I'll drop you to 39 and a half hours. In which case, I no longer have to offer you insurance. That's why the Congressional Budget Office says that over 1 million Americans would lose their health insurance coverage, and why it would cost about $75 billion to do this legislation. Because guess what? If the employer is no longer offering you insurance and you still have to go to the doctor for your child, and you can't afford it anymore because you don't have insurance, guess who gets to pay? The folks up there in the audience in the gallery, those of us here who pay taxes. Because guess what? They'll go to the emergency room, and now they'll use the Medicaid program to help cover that bill that they can no longer afford because the employer cut them back a little bit. If we all really want to make sure Americans get to work, then let's separate the myth from the fact. Remember 4 years ago? Death panels. If the Affordable Care Act, this new health security law, takes effect, death panels are going to decide if your grandmother gets to live. How many death panels have you heard have told your family member he or she will have to die? Okay, I ask anyone in this audience, you have a doctor? Do you have insurance? You know your doctor? Okay, ask yourself this question. What's the name of your government doctor? You have a doctor. Did you know your doctor works for the government? You're going to say, no, my doctor, I've known my doctor for a long time. He or she doesn't work directly for the government. If you believe the myth, yes, your doctor does, because remember, this was a government takeover of health care. It was a myth. In fact, this Affordable Care Act's law requires you to use private health insurance coverage to get your health care. through private doctors and private hospitals. But what it does is it requires you to do it, and it requires employers to do it as well. That's what the law did. It didn't say you're going to go to a government doctor or a government hospital. Can I, 30 more seconds?
Yield the gentleman an extra 30 seconds.
Thank you. And so I thank the gentleman for yielding. So once you separate the facts from the myths, it becomes pretty clear what we have to do. We have to make sure if you're an American, we reward you for your work. If you're an American and you get health insurance through your employer, we don't want your employer to game the system and put the burden on you now. And so what we want is to make it affordable for the employee and affordable for the employer. This bill makes it unaffordable for the employee moving forward, and it makes it, quite honestly, unaffordable for the employer as well, because you're losing your good workers. We need to defeat this bill and try to make the Affordable Care Act work for everyone. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded not to refer to people in the gallery. The woman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to yield 3 minutes at this time to our colleague from Michigan, Ms. Miller.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady for yielding the time. And Madam Speaker, helping those without health insurance to get coverage certainly is a very noble goal. But the method that was used to achieve it under Obamacare has just done so much more harm than good. And a very vivid example of this is the provision that we're talking about today that requires employers to provide health insurance for any employee that works 30 hours or more a week. Their thinking must have been that more part-time workers would receive employer-sponsored care and that employers would not change their behavior, simply they would absorb these new costs. Well, I guess when you think like the government, maybe you would think that. You're unconcerned about costs, you're unconcerned about balancing your books, and so that thinking sort of makes sense. But in the real world, it just does not work. Employers need to live in the real world. They're in business to make money and they have to balance their books. And these very onerous provisions of Obamacare make it very, very difficult for them to continue with business as usual, to comply with the law, and to stay in business. So employers have been forced to cut workers' hours. And we also need to look for a moment, Madam Speaker, at those who have been most negatively impacted by Obamacare and this particular provision of it. According to a study done by the Hoover Institute, the 30-hour rule puts 2.6 million workers with a median income of under $30,000 a year at risk of losing their job or having their hours cut. And guess what? 89% of the impacted workers do not have a college degree. 59% are between the ages of 19 and 34. And 63% of these workers that are so negatively impacted are women, Madam Speaker, women. So this rule impacts the most vulnerable in our economy who are just starting to make their way in the world or who are working hard to support their families. And you know, I didn't need a study to actually tell me that because I am hearing it directly each and every day from those that I am so proud to serve. And I will just give you one example, a vivid example of many, many that we got, especially women who have contacted my office. This is from a mother named Tracy in Macomb County, Michigan, who said, "My daughter is a single mom and struggles to make ends meet. She's had her hours at work cut by over 50 hours a month, so that her company doesn't have to provide her with health care. So she is now looking for a second job, which means less hours for her, so she is and less time, of course, that she is able to spend with her children." And Madam Speaker, being a single mom is tough. It's really tough. And what we do here in Washington shouldn't make it tougher. And being a small business owner and a job creator is tough. And again, what we do here in Washington shouldn't make it tougher. The 40-hour work week has been the bedrock of our economy for decades, and workers and families have come to depend on it. That is, of course, until Obamacare changed the rules. It's time for us to correct this mistake and repeal this terrible provision, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to my good friend from California, Mr. Miller, 5 minutes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman very much for yielding. and I rise to oppose H.R. 2575. The majority's obsession with attacking the Affordable Care Act is unprecedented, and they have never let the truth stand in their way. Today's bill is no exception. Let's call this bill for what it really is. It's a big favor to millionaires and billionaires at the expense of working families. This legislation is perfect for the owners and CEOs of big low-wage companies like Walmart and McDonald's. It says that you can have your employees work 30, 35, 39 hours a week without providing one iota of health care coverage. That's a great deal for the Walton family, which already has a net worth of nearly $145 billion. One family, $145 billion. And that's a great deal for the CEO of McDonald's, who makes $9,200 an hour. $9,200 an hour. But it's a terrible deal for America's workers. It means that not a penny of the revenues from these hugely profitable companies will go towards supporting health insurance for the bulk of their workers. All the while, those employees continue to make as little as $7.25 an hour. And it means that the American taxpayers will be stuck with picking up the tab. The Republicans have decided to bring this bill to the floor, even though they have no pay for, which means that this is a very pure form of deficit spending. You're incurring $75 billion worth of expenses for the taxpayers, and you have no way to pay for it. But rather than have these companies provide health insurance to the workers, you're willing to add it to the deficit of the United States for the next 40 or 50 years. I remember when that party stood for deficit reduction. Now it's deficit creation. It's deficit creation. So let's get it straight so everyone can understand. The American people will be paying $75 billion more, so the likes of the Walmarts don't have to provide their employees with health care. Walmart made $16 billion in profits last year. Target made $2 billion in profit. McDonald's made more than $5 billion in profit. And they can't afford to provide hourly employees with health care? Give me a break. All of this to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Because let's be clear, there's nothing in the Affordable Care Act that forces an employer to cut workers' hours. In fact, the nonpartisan CBO stated that there's no compelling evidence. This is the Congressional Budget Office. There's no compelling evidence that part-time employment has increased as a result of the Affordable Care Act. So to benefit the richest of the rich, the Republicans want to pass this bill the very week that we learned that more than 10 million people have gained coverage under the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans want to strip 1 million people of their employer-based health coverage, tossing them into the government programs and leaving the less underinsured and having the taxpayers pick up the bill. And this all the while, the Republicans continue to block a minimum wage increase for these very same workers. A minimum wage increase that Goldman Sachs says will give the economy a bigger than usual boost. But they're not going to vote for the minimum wage increase, is what they tell us. So what are they going to do instead? They're going to continue to stand on the throat of the American economy. Because all over this country, where we've raised the minimum wages in cities and states and towns, small businesses are hiring. There's more customers on Main Street. But they're not going to allow that to happen nationwide. Instead, they're going to provide $75 billion of new deficit for these businesses who pay their taxes, for these workers who pay their taxes. Then they'll continue to block unemployment insurance, another boost to the economy. People on that insurance, with unemployment insurance that has run out, if we extend it, they're going to spend that money immediately because they have to take care of their families, they have to buy groceries, they have to pay the rent. They're customers on Main Street. But they're not going to do that. Economists left and right tell us one of the biggest boosts to this American economy is immigration reform. But they're not going to do that. They're not going to give our economy that boost. But they're going to add $75 billion to the deficit. But they're not going to let somebody have food stamps for the deficit. They're not going to let somebody have health care for the deficit. But they're going to reward the big employers for throwing people off their health care rolls. This is some plan you have for America. This is some plan you have for working families. Clearly, when the newspapers and the editorial boards accuse you of doing nothing in Washington, they misread you. You're doing great harm to the budget, you're doing great harm to health care, and you're doing great harm to these low-income workers, but you're doing a great favor for the richest of the rich in this country. I yield back the balance of my time, knowing that I had not run out yet. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired, and members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
2 minutes to the gentlewoman from West Virginia, my friend Representative Capito.
The gentlewoman from West Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this common sense proposal to change the Affordable Care Act's definition of full-time employment back to 40 hours per week, where it belongs. The 40-hour work week has been recognized for decades as the standard for full-time employment. Small business owners, union leaders, individual workers have recognized that the ACA's definition of full-time employment risks damaging the traditional 40-hour work week and the paychecks that those 40 hours bring. As we've heard with the Hoover Institute study, the 30-hour rule puts 2.6 million workers at risk of losing their jobs or losing their work hours, harming those who can least afford to take a pay cut. Those workers have a median income of $30,000. More than half of them have a high school diploma or less, and more than half of them are women. In practice, many of these workers will have to find 2 part-time jobs to equal what they were bringing home. And balancing 2 jobs means less time with your family, not to mention the tremendous stress that folks will feel to have to go in this direction. Passing this bill will help create jobs. 1/2 of small businesses recently surveyed said they will either cut hours or full-time employees or replace them with part-time employees. We need to make it easier for businesses to hire full-time employers, not harder. But the ACA's mandate and the administration's repeated delays have only created more uncertainty for workers and businesses and individuals and moms throughout this country. I urge my colleagues to join me in helping working families and working women and job-creating small businesses by voting for the Save American Workers Act. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from West Virginia yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time, but could you give us an accounting of our time at this point?
The gentleman from Washington has 19 1/2 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Kansas has 30 1/2 minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am so appreciative of the opportunity for us to be able to come to the floor and have this discussion today. I think our constituents are just shocked with what they see happening because of the President's health care law. They can't believe it. They had heard the rhetoric from the minority leader that it was going to create 4 million jobs. What they have found out is that it is costing them their jobs. It is costing them wage increases. It is costing them certainty in the job market. And I have to tell you, it really is a war on jobs. It is a war on women, and we are seeing that because women, 63% of those that are affected by the adverse impact of the President's health care law are women. Let me give you one example of this. I was in the grocery store recently, passed a lady with 2 children in her grocery cart, and we chatted, nodded at each other. The next time around the next aisle, she said, "Are you Marsha Blackburn?" I said, "Yes, I am." And she said, "Can I tell you my story?" I said, "Absolutely." This is her story. She worked in the office park where this grocery store was located. Her husband, self-employed. The family's benefit structure, insurance, through her job. An employer with just over 50 people. Her hours as an office manager and assistant, she was cut to 29 hours a week. Her time was cut every week. Impacts her, impacts her husband. In one day, she lost her insurance. she lost her wage increases, and she was forced to healthcare.gov. Also, what she had to do, she's the survivor. She said, I went to the mall, I went to a retailer, I got a part-time job. She said, thank goodness I have great in-laws. They are going to help watch the children. But here is what is so sad. She now is working 2 jobs, and she is losing time to be with those children as they are playing soccer and baseball, as they are doing Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, as they are trying to get to church to sing in the choir. She's had to rely on her in-laws to handle those so that she can work a second job to pay for a program that she doesn't want and pay her taxes to a government that refuses to live within its means. I support the SAW Act. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleague, and Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, Republicans have been claiming that they're champions of working people, but that's not the case here. This is not the Saving Americans Workers Act. It's the Sabotaging America's Workers Act. The Affordable Care Act is based on the premise that the large businesses can afford to offer health coverage to their workers, and they should do the responsible thing and offer coverage. That's only fair. 96% of all businesses don't have to offer any of their workers coverage under the ACA. But for the 4% of businesses that have the means, the law says that they need to do the right thing by their full-time workers and offer them health coverage. And the Republicans don't think businesses owe their employees anything at all. The Family and Medical Leave Act, Republicans say, oh, that's not important. Equal pay for equal work, Republicans say, oh, women don't deserve that. A fair minimum wage, Republicans say absolutely not. And quality, affordable health care, Republicans say, who cares? Well, I think bigger businesses should do the right thing by their workers, and that's what the ACA asks them to do. So what does this bill actually do that's before us today? I would say that big businesses could deny, or this bill says that big businesses could deny health coverage to someone working 39 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. That's not a part-time worker. Their employer should provide them health coverage. 5 times more people work around 40 hours a week than work around 30 hours a week. That's why this bill will throw 1 million Americans off of their employer's health coverage. That's why it should result in millions and millions of workers seeing their hours cut below 40 hours a week. I mean, what is it? Why Republicans claim people are losing hours right and left because of the ACA, but the Congressional Budget Office told them flatly, and I quote, there is no compelling evidence that part-time labor has increased as a result of the Affordable Care Act. But I doubt that means much to my Republicans friends because they just don't look at the facts. We've added 8.6 million private sector jobs since the law passed, but Republicans simply ignore that. There are fewer part-time workers than there were before the law passed, but that doesn't get in the way of the Republican talking points. 71 million people have enrolled through the exchanges. Millions and millions more have signed up through Medicaid or directly with an insurer. But Republicans still claim people don't want health insurance coverage, or they claim the numbers are made up. Madam Speaker, the ACA is working. Millions are getting coverage for the first time. We're adding jobs to the economy. Giving big business a green light to drop coverage for their workers is not the way to move this country forward. Workers have the right to decent health care, and businesses should help them get it. That's the fair thing. That's the right thing. And this bill takes us in the total wrong direction. So I urge my colleagues, vote no. This is a very bad bill for America's workers. Don't let the Republicans kid you otherwise. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield 2 minutes at this time to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Elmers.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague who is working so hard on the Ways and Means Committee and also as our Vice Chair of our conference. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Save American Workers Act, an important bill that I am proud to say that I am a co-sponsor of as well. Every day we learn of more and more of the dangers facing millions of Americans due to the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. Just last week in North Carolina, we learned that substitute teachers will be getting their hours cut and their incomes cut because of this irresponsible mandate. North Carolina teachers are being notified of their cuts, and millions of hardworking Americans across this country will work less and suffer more in order to comply with this law. In my own district, substitute teachers are facing the same problem. In Lee County, an official confirmed to us, to my office, that we are cutting the hours of our part-time people, our substitute teachers. Nationwide, 76% of public school teachers are women. This is a direct assault on women. This law, this so-called law, is a complete and total assault on women. More than half of the workforce today, of the 72 million women in the workforce, are the primary wage earners for their families. Across this country, women stand to lose the most. 63% of them are women, those that are at risk, those who are at risk of losing their hours. The facts speak for themselves. I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill, this yet another changing bill that we see every day, this very bad law known as Obamacare. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Bachmann.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman from Kansas for sponsoring this extremely important time that we're taking today. It's so important because this is a law, the signature piece of the President's legislative agenda, the Obamacare Act that we are dealing with today, has impacted people's lives in such a profound way. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of the President of the United States who 5 days before he assumed office said he was planning to fundamentally transform the United States of America. We didn't know if that was a rhetorical flourish or exactly what that would mean. It's taken many forms since that time. But one thing that I didn't think I would ever see in my district on the faces of beautiful, innocent people is a fundamental transformation. But I can tell you very clearly, Madam Speaker, that I have seen a fundamental transformation in the face of a lot of women's faces in my district, and it's this. I'm seeing them for the first time not be able to look me in the eyes. There's a loss of dignity. There's a sense of shame. And there's an embarrassment. Because there's women, Madam Speaker, who had full-time jobs, who could support their families, and now they don't have them. They've been lost because their employer no longer can keep the full-time jobs. I've seen women who've lost their jobs altogether. I've seen women whose hours have backed off to the extent they can hardly afford to pay the gas to go in the car to get to work. Life has really changed for women in my district. This isn't made up. This is real. That's the fundamental transformation. And I'm sorry to say, Madam Speaker, it's not for the better. You see, we all hoped that perhaps once this bill passed that maybe we'd be proven wrong. Maybe this bill actually would help a lot of women in our district. I'm not denying that there aren't a few people who've been helped. There are some. But what's remarkable are the number of women and men that I've met who lost health insurance, who said to me, Michelle, what happened? The President promised me if I liked my plan, I could keep it. Why can't I keep it? They've said to me, Michelle, I relied on my doctor. One woman who called me, she was scheduled for cancer surgery. She was denied. She wasn't able to go through. The hospital canceled it. And then her doctor was changed out from under her, and she was depressed. She didn't know where she could go. We spent hours on the phone to try and help her find someone who could take care of her. Then I got a call, Madam Speaker, from a female physician who said, I want you to know, In my practice, I spent 90% of my time speaking to my patients, diagnosing them, and giving them advice. And now I spend 50% of my time doing that because I have to spend 50% of my time filling out paperwork. Madam Speaker, let's listen to the women of this country and fundamentally transform their lives for the better. That's why I support H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act.
The gentlewoman's
and
time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentle lady from Washington State, our honorable chair of the Republican Conference, Ms. McMorris Rodgers.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to thank the lady from Kansas for her leadership on this important issue. And I rise to join in expressing strong support for H.R. 2575, the Save American Workers Act. This is to restore the 40-hour work week and to save jobs. All across this country, people continue to struggle under this economy. And they see it when they look at their paycheck and their take-home pay. They see it at the doctor's office, and they see it in the workforce. Today, too many hardworking Americans are feeling the impact of higher premiums and higher deductibles. Too many people are having their hours cut, losing their jobs, and losing their health insurance. All because of Obamacare. In fact, CBO recently reported that 2.5 million Americans are at risk of having their hours cut because of this law. And these are the very people that are often struggling to make ends meet, whether it's those young people, recent college grads, or single moms trying to provide for their families. The president likes to suggest that his policies are helping women. But actually what's happening is that his policies are setting women back. Women are being hurt by these policies. Hundreds of them have already lost their jobs in the home health care industry. Nearly 2 million people will see their hours cut or their jobs lost in the service industries. And you know, for the first time earlier this year, with the jobs report, we actually saw where the healthcare sector lost jobs, where women disproportionately are actually employed. Women, single moms, young people who work late nights at McDonald's drive-thru, bag groceries at the local market, or serve as teachers' aides in the classroom will be impacted because of this law. Women, and all across America, people succeed when our economy succeeds, when jobs are created and you can take home more pay. That's the definition of good policy. That's what this bill actually achieves, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 30 seconds to point out to my colleagues that CBO did not say people would lose their jobs. They said because they have health care, they no longer have to stay in the job that they have, and they will be able to stay home or do something else. And that will reduce the number of hours of work. They did not say the bill cuts them out or knocks them out of work. I yield to Mr. Conley of Virginia, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Washington. Boy, listening to the stories here on the floor, I must say I'm a little surprised. This newfound commitment on the other side of the aisle to women. So how about raising the minimum wage for women? How about joining with us in extending unemployment insurance for women? How about the fact that 7.1 million Americans have enrolled in this program you don't like, that you want to call a failure? 7.1 million of our fellow Americans beg to differ, and a lot of them are women. It is not true what you're selling today on the floor, I would say to my friends, Madam Speaker. In fact, women will be the biggest beneficiary of Obamacare, protecting their families, protecting their health care, protecting their reproductive rights, which you, I would say to my friends on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, would deny. Other than that, yes, you're protecting women. If we're going to be serious about this, Madam Speaker, let's recognize the truth. The truth is, this Obamacare protects the interests of women. This bill would undo it. In fact, the biggest victims of legislative action, if we pass this bill today, will in fact be the very women some of my colleagues have been talking about today. So I urge my colleagues who say they are committed to the interest of women to vote against this bad bill and to support the expansion of health care, especially for working women in America. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, before I yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, I just want to highlight that according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a substitute teacher earning $11.27 an hour, if that substitute teacher's hours were cut back from 39 to 29 hours, she would lose $125 per week, or $6,484 per year, or nearly a 26% pay cut. These are the folks that we are here fighting for, and with that I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Lummis.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hey, I come from the Wild West. I come from a place of wide open opportunity, and women in the West want freedom and liberty and the ability to create their own business. Women want to expand the businesses they already have and play a bigger role in the American entrepreneurial dream. But Obamacare makes it more affordable for women entrepreneurs to keep their employee numbers below 50 and their employee hours below 30. This makes no one's life better, not women entrepreneurs and not for their women employees. In fact, 2/3 of those most at risk of losing work hours because of Obamacare are women. Let's fix this. Let's save American workers. Let's pass the Save American Workers Act. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming yields back. The gentlewoman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Lipinski, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for the courtesy of yielding, especially today as I rise in support of H.R. 2575. I was first approached about the problems with the 30-hour full-time definition by Steve Palmer, one of the owners of Palmer Place Restaurant, an institution in LaGrange, Illinois. This is a family business committed to their community and their employees, and they offer health insurance coverage to their workers when possible. Because of the nature of the business, many of their employees are part-time and work flexible schedules. But the ACA's definition of full-time work has put the Palmer family's one restaurant on the cusp of being classified as a large business. The family thus finds itself facing a hefty new expense for health insurance or a fine. This scenario being faced by many family-owned businesses struggling to plan for the future. And the workers at some of these businesses are about to get a far different deal than they bargained for when they accepted their jobs. As a result of the 30-hour rule, some part-time employees are seeing their hours reduced. The CBO has confirmed that shifting to a 40-hour full-time definition would lead some workers to seeing an increase in their take-home pay. In addition to lost wages, many workers could lose scheduling flexibility so that they won't cycle in and out of full-time status for week to week. These are ways that workers will lose. The administration has already acknowledged the difficulty in implementing the employer coverage rules of the ACA through 2 delays in substantial administrative changes. Clearly, the administration knows there are problems with the employer coverage rules as currently contained in the law. And today it is reported that former White House Press Secretary Robert Gibbs said, "I don't think the employer mandate will go into effect." Madam Speaker, let's do right by America's part-time workers and by family businesses. Let's pass this bill and fix this broken part of the ACA. That is what the American people are looking for. That is what we should do. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Walorski.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Save American Workers Act. Obamacare redefines full-time employment as 30 hours per week rather than the traditional 40 hours per week, and mandates that any business with more than 50 full-time equivalent employees must provide health insurance. If these businesses do not provide insurance, they face a tax penalty. My district is ripe for job growth. Indiana's manufacturing industry is booming. Yet, as I travel throughout the district, I speak frequently with business owners afraid to expand due to this rule. Other Hoosier business owners will be forced to lay off employees if this 30-hour definition is not changed. And women are disproportionately affected. 63% of those most at risk of lost hours in my district are female. The Save American Workers Act will unleash job creation by repealing this 30-hour definition and replacing it with the traditional 40-hour definition. I urge my colleagues in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, would you give us a counting of the time?
The gentleman from Washington has 12 minutes, and the gentlelady from Kansas has 19 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Washington.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlelady from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a colleague on the House Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Kelly.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2575. You know, sometimes you have to figure out, first of all, where did you come from to find out where you got. I was trying to understand where the 40-hour work week, where could it possibly have started? How did we come to accept that? And for 70-some years, that's full-time employment, 40 hours. And I found out it was actually the product of the Depression. When they did the Fair Labor Standards Act, they said we need to have a measure so it will be a 44-hour, part of the New Deal, by the way. In 1940, they changed it to 40 hours a week was full-time employment. Then all of a sudden, Obamacare comes along, and the New Deal has been replaced by a bad deal. We told people, no, it's not 40, it's 30 hours. That's what full-time employment is. Now, when you go back to 1937 and 40, what were they trying to do? They were trying to get America back to work. It was after the Great Depression. So it was about getting folks back to work. Now you fast forward to today, and it's not about getting people back to work. It's about getting Obamacare to work. This makes absolutely no sense. And who has it hurt the most? It has hurt low-income and middle-income people. 2.6 million folks have been affected by either losing their job or losing hours. So you got to scratch your head and say, wait a minute, if we're really trying to get America back to work, why would we take their hours from them? Why would we slash their work week by 25% and think it's going to work? It has nothing to do with work. Not working people, it has to do with making Obamacare work. Well, I got to tell you, 2575, we had the New Deal that got replaced with a bad deal. And now we have 2575. You know what it is? This is a good deal. This is a good deal. And I don't think how I would look at this with 435 members, any one of us could say that this just doesn't make sense right now for the folks that we represent. Why would we do this to them? Why would we take their work hours away? Why would we put in jeopardy 2.6 million people just in an effort to make Obamacare work? If it's about making it easier for Americans to work, then it's high time we start to turn the tide. It's time we look at what's going on and we say to ourselves, if it worked before, why can't it work again? Why can't we go back to 40 hours? Why can't we make it easier for American families to get through the hard times that they're going through right now?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Kansas reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserved. Gentlelady from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield at this time 2 minutes to the gentlelady from South Dakota, Ms. Noem.
The gentlelady from South Dakota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this bill to change the definition of full-time in the IRS code to 40 hours per week on average. You know, Mr. Speaker, the 30-hour work week was instituted in Obamacare is limiting economic opportunities across the country. It's especially harmful for women, when 63% of those who are most at risk are women. South Dakota has one of the highest rates in the country of working women, and I've had them come up to me time and time again talking about how this regulation has impacted them. They no longer are getting the hours that they need to pay their bills. Their hours have been cut where they are working. They may be forced to take on another part-time job. If you want to talk about putting challenges in their way when they're trying to fulfill all the requirements of work, paying their bills, being with their children, having successful family lives, this regulation is one of the worst. Obamacare pressures employers to restrict their full-time ranks in order to avoid the employer mandate, putting millions of workers at risk of having their hours cut. Well, so now we have two definitions, the Department of Labor definition and then the new IRS definition defined by Obamacare. Only here in Washington, D.C. does things like that happen. Two different and exclusive definitions for the very same thing. You know, many workers have thus had their work week cut down to a maximum of 29 hours. In many instances, their possibility of being promoted to full-time no longer rests on their dedication or their achievement, but now on their boss's ability to weed through the regulatory environment here in Washington, D.C. Mr. Speaker, I used to run a small family business, and let me close by saying that women-owned businesses have surged over the past 20 years. We should not be putting obstacles in their way, making it more difficult for them to own those businesses, to undermine their growth and their ability to create jobs. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and let's take a step towards restoring economic freedom in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady from South Dakota yields back. Gentlelady from Kansas reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Chicago, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, actually, the debate on this floor and all of my colleagues, the women coming down from the Republican side, talking about how wonderful this bill is for women and how bad Obamacare is for women. I want to make this point, that before the Affordable Care Act was passed, there was gender discrimination against women. The standard body was clearly the male body because women have been paying about 48% more for health care before this law went into effect that said there would be no more gender discrimination. Women could not be charged more because things like pregnancy take place. And so women become among the biggest winners under the new Affordable Care Act. And it also is interesting to me, talking about protecting women, the Republicans, including my women colleagues, oppose the raising the minimum wage. 2/3 of minimum wage workers are women. They oppose the Paycheck Fairness Act. Isn't it time in 2014 that women get paid equal pay for equal work? They oppose the funding of preschool. They support a budget that would cut Pell Grants for colleges. They oppose making sure that the Affordable Care Act will provide contraceptives as a preventive service to women. So this idea that somehow this is bad for women, and also I was hearing about the economics of freedom. Under the Affordable Care Act, now you don't have to be locked into a job because you need the health insurance. That is what I call freedom. Suddenly, entrepreneurialism is unleashed because women and men are able to say, I'm going to take a risk, but I'm going to still be able to find health insurance. And the other thing is that it's a job killer. Actually, H.R. 2575 would force 1 million people to lose their employer-provided coverage and increase the number of uninsured up to 500,000. And this is not a number that has come out of some Democratic think tank. This is a number that comes from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Now, ask the workers themselves, and this is what they'll tell you. The National Education Association says, we oppose this bill because we believe it would create a disincentive for employers to provide health coverage. They act like we're changing what full-time employment is from 30 to 40 hours. Here's what we're changing. We're saying if you work 30 hours, your employer should provide you with health insurance. What this bill says, if you work 30, I wonder if you yield another minute.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman another minute.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for another minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill says is now, if you work 39 hours, your employer can deny you health care coverage. So it actually raises the bar and says that workers can no longer get coverage between 30 and 39 hours that they work. This is not a good thing. So I was saying the American Federation of Labor represents millions of workers. This bill not only fails to address the problem it was intended to solve, it makes the problem worse. Raising the threshold, that is of how many hours, will only move the cliff and actually increase employers' incentive to reduce workers' hours. The Communications Workers of America say the threshold from 30 to 40 hours per week doesn't help. It would actually encourage employers to lower the amount of hours. There's been some implication, I think, that the Teamsters Union is supporting this bill. That is not true. The Teamsters are not supporting this legislation, and I would urge my colleagues to oppose it as well, and encourage my women colleagues to stand up for women.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentlelady from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that my colleague on the Committee of Ways and Means, a gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, control the remainder of the time.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the gentlelady. At this time, I'd like to recognize my friend and colleague from Illinois, Mr. Roskin, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, the Obama administration has done a clever thing over the past year, Mr. Speaker, past years, and that is to redefine things. So they redefined the word balance, not to mean the traditional understanding of balance, but they said, no, that really means long-term fiscal sustainability. That's the new definition of balance. They did the same thing on tax reform. The common understanding of tax reform is you lower rates, you use loopholes to bring rates down, and you simplify the code. Instead, they said, no, tax reform for us means, yeah, let's close loopholes, but let's use those closures to fuel more spending. The richest one I've heard so far is to hear a White House spokesman make the claim, basically, that a job is now a burden, and now with Obamacare, there's going to be over 2 million Americans who are shed from that burden, Mr. Speaker, and they don't have to worry about working anymore because they've got this new health care plan. Well, it's now finding itself coming true in this bill as well, and what the Obama administration has said, we're going to just create a new definition of full-time work. Full-time work has meant 9 to 5. Full-time work has meant 40 hours a week, not with the Obamacare. Obamacare has now redefined it. It's a long pattern of redefinitions, and these redefinitions, Mr. Speaker, have led to failure. So here's the thing. We've got an opportunity to remedy this. We've got an opportunity to make it right. We've got an opportunity to recalibrate full-time work to what it has historically meant, and here's what the bottom line is. If we recalibrate it, we will get more workers to the very people that our opponents on the other side claim to speak for, and the irony is that their remedies mean less work for the very groups that they speak to advocate for. So, Mr. Speaker, we've got a chance today, and that is to support this bill, to do it quickly, and to get us back to the normal definition of full-time work, which is 40 hours a week. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to introduce another colleague and good friend of mine from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
For how many minutes?
For 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania for yielding. And I rise in strong support of this legislation. Of course, Mr. Speaker, President Obama's own health care law has now resulted in the direct loss of work for millions of people across this country. And one of the perverse incentives in Obamacare actually forces employers, through incentives in the law, to drop the number of hours that their employees work. This isn't something employees want. It's not something employers want. Yet it's directly there in the law where you get penalized. You actually get fined by the IRS if you're not doing this. When you talk about these impacts of the law, it's having devastating impacts on families across this country. You know, the president loves talking about the minimum wage. The president has literally forced a 25% pay cut for millions of Americans through his incentive in the law that is encouraging employers to drop their workforce hours below 40 hours a week to 30 hours and 28 hours a week. Look, I represent parts of the city of New Orleans. Some of the best restaurants in the world are in the city of New Orleans. And we love going to those restaurants. So many people from all over the world love going to those restaurants. But many of those restaurant owners tell me they love their workforce. They love the employees that work for them. It's like family businesses. And yet they're being forced, because of this law, to drop those hours of those workers below 30 hours. There's no reason for this, Mr. Speaker. This bill fixes this problem. You know, President Obama and the White House, they said, hey, look, this is a burden for poor workers. You know, this is freeing them up to do things that they really want to do, as if people don't want to be working. You know, one of the things they said is that you can go sit in a park and write poetry. These people don't want to be sitting in a park writing poetry at 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. They want to be at their job working. And the law doesn't let them do that. Let's fix this. We can get this economy moving again, and it's crazy policies like this component of Obamacare that literally forces people to be dropped below 30 hours to address some new definition of part-time worker and full-time worker. These are the kind of policies that are devastating American families. This is what we're here to fix. We need to pass this bill, fix this problem, get people back to work so they don't have to sit in a park bench on a Thursday afternoon. They can actually be at their job working. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves and has 11 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Washington has 8 minutes remaining and is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I give myself such time as I may consume. My colleagues out here today have really had a good time telling personal stories, so I got a few of them for them. Last week, a distinguished senator from Texas, Senator Cruz, put a poll up on his Facebook asking whether people are better off under the law. The responses were not what he expected. The overwhelming number of responses, he got nearly 56,000 responses, were in support of ACA. In the most recent 100 comments, if you look at it online, there's just 2 that appear more negative than positive. So that's 2% are against it. One of them said, no, not now. I'm only better off now, and I have friends that are better off too. And a second one said, yes, I have MS, and I lost my job, and I wasn't able to get any other insurance because of my pre-existing condition. Thank you, President Obama. Another one said, this nation is better off for helping people avoid the devastation that poor health can bring. Thank you, ACA. I ask unanimous consent to insert a screenshot of some of the comments into the record.
Without objection. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to enter into the record two letters, one from the Chamber of Commerce of the United States of America in strong support of 2575, and another letter from the National Federation of Independent Business.
Without objection. So ordered in the record.
At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and a member of the Ways and Means, Mr. Reichert from Washington.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, there's a few things going on here. One, you have an American family, hard-working American families, who are working hard every day to juggle their lives, to provide for their families, to provide for their children. They're trying to make ends meet, to put food on the table and clothes on their backs. And what happens is this Obamacare 30-hour rule could seriously jeopardize all of those efforts. 30 hours instead of 40 hours. Secondly, under Obamacare, employers are already cutting workers' hours just to avoid the employer mandate. So there's another burden that's placed on our employees and our employers. Third, now the law is changing the standard definition of a full-time employee to someone who works 30 or more hours rather than 40 or more hours. Workers are taking home less pay each month as a result of that. Instead of having 38 hours of pay, they might have 28 hours of pay or 15 hours, or maybe they just lose their jobs, Mr. Speaker. Much of that impacted workforce would be in restaurants, retailers, and hospitality and businesses. 89% of those who would be impacted do not have college degrees. So talk about helping those who need help. This bill, Obamacare's reduction of 30 hours from 40 hours to 30 hours, doesn't help those people. People who have college degrees are going to be hurt the worst, and over 50% do not even have high school diplomas. If they lose their jobs, there may not be somewhere else for them to turn. The Save America Workers Act would prevent this from happening. It would save jobs, and it would provide relief for everyday Americans from the enormous tax burden of Obamacare, repealing $63.4 billion of tax increases. I know this is right for my constituents in Washington State, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time, and the gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Continues to reserve. The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to ask for unanimous consent to insert two other letters into the file today. The Employers for Flexibility in Health Care Coalition, the NRF. We have a lot of these letters, and I think what I'm going to do now, I'll read more of them as we go on. I'm fascinated by the results of Senator Cruz's request online to hear from people. We'll see if we can get some other accurate numbers. At this time, though, I would like to recognize my good friend and another member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Reed from New York.
For how many minutes?
2 minutes. For 2 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to urge support for the bill, the Save American Workers Act, introduced by my good friend, Mr. Young from Indiana. Mr. Chairman, this is a fundamental question about what's fair. What's fair for the American worker? We have had a long history in America to protect the 40-hour work week. This mandate, this requirement under the Affordable Care Act to go to 30 hours as the definition of a full-time worker is going to hurt, and it's not fair to the American worker. I will just offer comments that I just received from a constituent in the 23rd Congressional District, which I have the honor to represent. And Carol Tyler writes, who's the owner of Hager's Flowers and Gifts in Gowanda, New York. As a business owner, I encourage you to vote in favor of legislation that better reflects my business's workforce needs while maintaining wages and flexible health benefit options for my employees. The ACA's definition of full-time employee status must align with a standard that better reflects current employee practices within our industry. Increasing the ACA's 30-hour workweek definition would make it easier for employers to provide additional hours to all employees. That means more money in hard-working taxpayers' pockets across America. I urge my colleagues to join with Ms. Tyler's plea to support this legislation, to stand with the American worker, and protect the 40-hour work week, which means more money in American workers' pockets as they go forward. And I have to say, Mr. Chairman, there is a contrast between our side and the other side. When I hear the other side argue that what this will allow people to do is to not have to work, what I hear is they're not championing the concept of work. I believe in the American work ethic, Mr. Chairman. I believe the strong work ethic that allows people to work a 40-hour work week is what has made this nation strong for generations. And I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, please stand with us to protect that which has made America great, and that's the 40-hour work week in American workplace and environment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves his time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Two more letters I'd like to submit into the record. one from the Small Business Coalition for Affordable Health Care, and there's 43 members signed on to this one. And I would just say at this point...
Is the gentleman asking for unanimous consent?
I am. I'm sorry. Yes, I am asking for unanimous
Without
consent.
objection, so ordered.
And I reserve the rest of my time.
Gentleman reserves from Pennsylvania and the gentleman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, can you tell us how much time's left?
Both sides have 7 minutes remaining.
And is the gentleman is he ready to close off? Does he have any more speakers?
Yeah, we are prepared to close. One comment I would make, Mr. Speaker, we did a little background check from Senator Cruz. You said you read one or two of those reports.
I yield in his time.
Okay, all right. I will just tell you that, just so we understand, because numbers.
You have 7 minutes remaining. Do you reserve?
Okay, I reserve.
Gentleman from Washington.
And is the gentleman, does he have any more speakers?
No, we have no more speakers, and we are prepared to close.
Okay. I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Capuano from Massachusetts.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman for yielding. I was sitting back in my office trying to get some desk work done and watching this debate, and I had no intention of speaking, but just heard these arguments so many times, and they're tiring, to be perfectly honest. So I did a little bit of work, and came up with a couple of quotes that I wanted to read. This is relating to the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, which I've heard referenced from the other side, that talked about a 44-hour work week and minimum wage at the time. Here are a couple of quotes. The act will destroy small industry. These ideas are the product of those whose thinking is rooted in an alien philosophy and who are bent upon the destruction of our whole constitutional system and the setting up of a red labor communist despotism upon the ruins of our Christian civilization. That's a quote from Representative Cox from Georgia. The Fair Labor Standards Act constitutes a step in the direction of communism, Bolshevism, fascism, and Nazism. That's a quote from the National Association of Manufacturers. The Fair Labor Standards Act would create chaos in business never yet known to us. No decent American can take exception to this attitude. What I do take exception to is any approach to a solution of this problem that is utterly impractical and in operation would be much more destructive than constructive to the very purposes which it was designed to serve. That was Representative Lembeck of Ohio. These arguments are not new. When, oh when, are you going to get tired of being behind history? When are you going to get tired of holding the American people back? Please find an opportunity in any case, health care, housing, education, minimum wage, anything to move us forward. 80 years plus of the same arguments against the typical legislation that simply tries to move America forward and take care of our people. It's the same old argument, the same old rhetoric. It's wrong then, it's wrong now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington reserves, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves his time. Gentleman from Washington.
Is the gentleman from Pennsylvania ready to close?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will speak then on the remaining time that I have. It's an old political tactic to use confusion. We have watched for almost 4 years the Republican Party try to confuse the American people about the Affordable Care Act. That it was the worst thing that was ever going to happen on the face of the earth. That we would have storms, we would have hurricanes, we would have unemployment, we would have wars, we would have famines, all because of the Affordable Care Act. Well, we're up here today with yet another attempt to confuse people about the 40-hour work week and whether or not we're going to cause people to lose their jobs. I enter into the record the CBO report on page 135 of the Budget Outlook for 2014 to 2024, in which it says the CBO's judgment is there is no compelling evidence that part-time employment has increased as a result of ACA. Everything you have heard out here is not true about losing jobs. There's nothing in the law that says people have to shorten the work week. I don't know if anybody on the other side understands the free enterprise system. Businesses are run by entrepreneurs, and they decide what kind of product they're going to produce. They hire people to do that. They decide the hours. They decide the pay. They decide everything. And you keep saying that Obamacare came in and it's forcing these entrepreneurs in America to cut their employers' wages and hours. There's no such thing in the law. That is not true. If an employer wants to cut his wages, in fact, my colleague from Washington State, Mr. Riker, just said that, Mr. Speaker, he said that there were already people's hours being cut before Obamacare. It is not Obamacare that decides how much somebody works. It's the person who runs the company. Now, if he doesn't care about his employees and doesn't want to give them health care, that's one thing. And, there are people out like that. But there are a lot of people who would like to give health insurance to their people, and we're trying to help them do that with the subsidies in this bill. But let me come to one other issue, and that is this whole question of women. I fly back and forth across the country every week for 35 flights a year for 25 years, and I know most of the flight attendants on United Airlines between Seattle and Washington, D.C. I can't tell you how many of those women are working because they get health care benefits, because their husband has a job and has no benefits, and if they don't take their job, they simply won't have health care in their family. United Airlines has been through 2 bankruptcies. They have lost pay increases. They've lost their pension rights. And the only thing left they have is that health care benefit. And that's what's holding the family together. I'm sort of interested to watch what happens to the flight attendants I know, the older ones, whether they leave flying because they'd like to. Their husband has a job, but before he couldn't get health insurance. And now he can under the Affordable Care Act. And they can quit working. Now, when the CBO talks about people working less, it's because the job lock is gone. People are not locked into their jobs because of the fact that they can't get health insurance anyplace else. It makes it available for any American. And the fact is that the cuts you're seeing, if you see employers that are going to take people down from 40 hours a week to 39 so that they can avoid giving benefits, take a look at the morals. Wonder if that person goes to church and talks about how we take care of the poor and the weak and are sick and all the rest. No. You can't have it both ways. You cannot cut your people down 1 hour just to get out of giving them benefits. And that's what you're suggesting is going to go on in this country. I don't think that badly of owners of businesses myself. Now, there may be some people out there looking for a way to get around the law. But this law doesn't make anybody do anything. And this law is going to create more problems. You hear 1 million people are going to lose their health care benefits. And that's not good. And this whole idea of continuing to undermine this law by confusing the American people and making them think it bad isn't working. 1.7 million joined.
Recognized.
May consume.
Gentleman is recognized for the remainder of the time.
Mr. Speaker, we've had an interesting conversation today. We've talked about the 40-hour work week and what was established back in the 30s under the New Deal, how it switched then under Obamacare to a bad deal. 30 hours is considered now full-time employment. Now we talk about Mr. Young's bill, H.R. 2575, that will be a good deal for American workers. Actually gives them back those 25% of the hours that they were going to lose each week. Now we can play ring around the rosy with this and talk about who doesn't like whom and how these terrible, terrible business owners don't go to church. They don't have a heart. They don't seem to worship anywhere. But they want to make sure that they take advantage of their very associates with whom they have a close relationship. I can just tell you, after being in business my entire life, I'm the son of a parts picker from a General Motors warehouse, a guy who worked his fingers to the bone to have something. I got to tell you, it's really important, though, sometimes to step out of this room and go out into the marketplace and sit down with people who actually sit across the desk from somebody and hire them. There is no greater thrill for an employer than to be able to tell somebody, you know what, we're going to bring you on our team. You're going to be able to work with us. You're going to have wages that can support your family. Plan for the future. Do things that you never thought you were going to do. And you can do that because of a job. And then suddenly, because the numbers just weren't working for Obamacare, and as the President says all too often, it's just the arithmetic, we're going to do something that makes it work for us. Not for you, but for us. We're going to make full-time employment 30 hours. We are going to take 25% of your work week away from you, and we're going to say it's 30 hours now. And now we say to these people who have a great association and a great relationship with the people they work with every day, because the success of the business is also the success of the employee. We are dividing these people and making them enemies in the marketplace. You don't need to do that. But only in this great house and only in this great town and only in a place that's so out of touch with everyday America can we stand up and make these statements and think that they stick. 2.6 million people are affected by this in a very negative way. They're going to lose jobs and they are going to lose hours. It's not the fault of the employer because he's trying to make his model work. It's the fault of a government who works at such great deficits that people can't even begin to understand what it is. And my little 9-year-old grandson says to me all the time when he looks at these things, Grandpa, it just doesn't make sense. A child can get it, but we can't get it. And in a time when we need to be more united than ever as a country, as we make our way back through a very tough time, we need to stand together on these things. What I've heard since I've got here is you guys just don't like this Affordable Care Act. Help us make it work. So we say, why don't we give people full-time employment 40 hours again? That's not the kind of help we want. That doesn't fit our narrative. Don't you get it? So we stand here today and we have this debate. I told you how the New Deal got replaced by the bad deal, and I also told you how this bad deal is going to get replaced by a good deal, by Mr. Young. H.R. 2575. That is going to help get America back to work. Honestly, if that's not why we're here today, if that's not what our main purpose is, why are we here? What are we doing? Why do we continue to spin this so much that just hardly any American can walk straight anymore because they get spun every day by a message from Washington? We continue to do it, and we continue to thump our chest and say, we did good. We did really good. The lowest labor rate participation in 35 years. In a country that has been so blessed by our Creator that the rest of the world looks at us and says, what in the world are you doing? What is holding you back? You have every asset you could possibly want. You have great workers. You have great energy sources. We have sources of energy that would last for several decades, several centuries. What am I talking about? Several centuries. Great abundance in affordable and accessible energy. But we hold back on it. We have assets that make sense to everybody in the world but us. We have 1/5 of the world's fresh water sitting right in our Great Lakes. And our production per acre exceeds anybody's wildest dreams. We can have energy independence, we can feed ourselves, and we have drinking water. Everybody else in the world wants to have it. We just asked the gentleman and the rest of the Congress, listen, there's 435 of us. If it's really about getting people back to work, let's do things that make sense. Let's not beat around the bush about some type of an ideological debate over what we're trying to do to each other. 40 hours a week, we're always considered full-time employment. It's just that simple. It's not hard to figure out. And I can tell you as an employer, having to let somebody go is the worst feeling you can ever have. And I do go to Mass every day. And I do pray about it every night. And I do pray about the future of this country. And to suggest that any of the great employers we have and the job creators we have around this country are somehow godless, heartless people who don't have feelings is absolutely absurd. And it's what continues to make it hard to come to this house every day and say, you know what, we're going to fix this for America. We're going to get America back to work. We're going to do the right thing every day in every way. No, that just doesn't fly here. Well, We could go on for this for hours, Mr. Speaker. But I would just tell you this. Returning America to a 40-hour work week just makes sense. This is not a hard thing to figure out. If a 9-year-old child can understand it, why can't the Congress of the United States? And if we're truly going to turn this economy around, if we're truly going to get people back to work again, let's make sure that we renew that great sense of dependency that we have on each other. Not divide ourselves between those who don't like you and those who do like you. By the way, Senator Cruz's poll, I know the gentleman referred to several replies that had gone to that poll. There was 57,444 people that actually answered that poll, so I'm sure there was probably some good stuff on there too. But that's not my point. My point is we have an opportunity here in this House, like no other place in the world. When something is wrong, we can fix it. And I have heard from the time I came here, the problem with a lot of these laws that are passed are the unintended consequences. Well, let me tell you, there may be unintended consequences, but there's not uninsured people. There's not people out there that are not feeling the pain. There is a lot of pain out there right now. So the unintended consequences have certainly not been unpainful. And you know the other thing? They're also not unfixable. Do you know we can fix this today? Do you know we can fix this and send it over to the Senate? Do you know we can make people get back to work, make their futures look brighter? You know we can do that in this House of Representatives? So forget about whether you're wearing a blue tie or a red tie. Forget about whether you have an R on your back or a D on your back, and start thinking about who you really represent. Because each of us in our districts represent not just Republicans, not just Democrats, but every single American who lives in that district. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. All time has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the 30-hour threshold for classification as a full-time employee for purposes of the employer mandate in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and replace it with 40 hours.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Is the gentleman opposed to the bill?
I am opposed in its current form.
The gentleman qualifies. The clerk will read the motion.
Mr. Takano of California moves to recommit the bill, H.R. 2575, to the Committee on Ways and Means with instructions to report the same back to the House forthwith with the following amendment.
Consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Objections heard. Clerk will continue the reading.
At the end of the bill, add the following. Section 3, additional conditions, A, in general. The amendments made by Section 2 shall not affect if it results in any of the following. 1, prohibition on loss of work hours or wages. A reduction in hours worked and subsequent loss of wages in order to skirt requirements to help pay for employee health care costs. 2, ensuring fiscal responsibility and lower deficit. Any increase in the federal deficit. B, protecting health insurance for veterans and wounded warriors. The amendments made by Section 2 shall not apply to veterans or their families. C, being a woman must not be a pre-existing condition. Nothing in this act shall be construed to authorize an employer to 1, eliminate, weaken, or reduce health coverage benefits for current employees. 2, increase premiums or out-of-pocket costs. 3, deny coverage based on pre-existing conditions. Or 4, discriminate against women in health insurance coverage, including by A, charging women more for their health care than men, B, limiting coverage for pregnancy and postnatal care, or C, restricting coverage for preventative health services such as mammograms and contraception.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his motion. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Republicans need to get with the program. It's over. Their sorry attempts to dismantle the Affordable Care Act must come to an end. My Republican colleagues have become so desperate to repeal the Affordable Care Act that they're willing to pass legislation that would increase the deficit by $74 billion. I'm not sure if they're aware, but this is a bill that violates their own budget rules and what they claim to be the foundation of their political philosophy. But it's okay. I realize they may be caught up in their obsession to repeal the ACA. I'm here to help my friends on the other side of the aisle. My final amendment prohibits their bill from taking effect if it results in an increase in the deficit or if employers begin to reduce hours or wages for workers. My final amendment would also protect veterans from the harmful impact of this legislation and would prohibit employers from raising premiums or denying coverage to women. No longer is being a woman a pre-existing condition. Before the Affordable Care Act, women paid 48% more for health insurance than men. Those days are over and done with. We should not go back to them. Earlier this week, it was announced that more than 7 million Americans have signed up for private health coverage. That's in addition to the 3 million who are able to stay on their parents' plans until they're age 26, and the millions more who are receiving Medicaid for the first time. But according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the bill before us today would cause 1 million workers to lose their employer-sponsored health coverage. A great number of Americans finally have access to affordable coverage. Now is not the time to take a step back. Here's proof. A resident in my district named Carrie Brooks wrote to me saying, quote, "The individual coverage that I could afford as a healthy 54-year-old woman has been $418 a month with a $5,000 deductible. Yes, this would keep me from going under in an emergency, but I avoided going to the doctor mostly for the fear that if I used the insurance, my policy might be canceled. I found myself skipping annual physicals and mammograms, labs, etc. because of the $1,200 tab. I was on a continual quest for something better and more secure." She goes on to say, "Recently, Anthem let me know that I would have to change to a compliant plan. The plan they suggested to me is similar to what I had, but it will cost me $53 less a month. Yes, less. Most important, I know I cannot be canceled." End quote. I might mention that the annual physical exams, mammograms, and other preventative services that Ms. Brooks once avoided are now provided at no cost to patients under all health plans. The Affordable Care Act is the law that millions of Americans like Ms. Brooks have embraced and benefited from. Why would anyone want to take that away? Do we really want to go back to the days when insurance companies had free rein to do as they pleased? Do we really want to go back to the days when one illness or one accident could completely bankrupt your family? Do we really want to go back to the days when premiums skyrocketed year after year with no end in sight? My Republican friends, this addiction to repealing the ACA is not doing anyone any good. We need an intervention here. This is a safe place. Stop standing on the wrong side of history. Let's move on. Let's accept that the Affordable Care Act is the law of the land and get back to being a productive legislative body. I urge my colleagues to support this motion to recommit, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I'm opposed to the motion.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the Speaker. Let me just make one thing really clear. The legislation before the House is really to address the problems of Obamacare, which have reduced hours, reduced wages for workers in America. If you really care about the loss of work hours, which this motion purports to do, you vote for this bill, because it is Obamacare that is causing workers to go from 40 to 30 hours. If you really cared about the deficit, and we know what Obamacare does in the long term, it increases the deficit hugely, you would support this bill so that you can get a job that you can work 40 hours, that you can increase your income, and then you can pay taxes on that income, and then our economy and our country will be better off, and the American dream won't be in jeopardy. Vote no on this motion to recommit.
Gentleman yields back his time. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays be recorded.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered.
Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the Chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of passage of the bill. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 189, the nays are 232.
Ms. Bass. Ms. Bass votes aye.
Okay, not a problem. We'll get them quiet. On this vote, the yeas are 191, the nays are 232. The motion is not adopted. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Members take their conversations off the floor. Members will clear the well and the aisles, and members will take their seats. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday afternoon, tragedy struck the heart of Texas at Fort Hood, which we know is a great place. A gunman whose motives we do not understand took the lives of 3 American soldiers and wounded 16 more before taking his own life. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time Fort Hood has had to endure a tragedy like this. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and the Fort Hood community. We pray for a speedy recovery to the wounded and extend our deepest condolences to the friends and families of those soldiers who lost their lives. We stand ready to provide any and all assistance we can to support Fort Hood, the soldiers serving there, and the surrounding community. Now I would like to recognize my good friend and colleague and ally in supporting this incredible community, which we both have the honor to represent, Congressman Williams.
Thank you. It is said that all give some, and some give their all. Once again, we've seen a tragedy at Fort Hood, the great place. And already we are witnessing the strength and resilience of a community of brave men and women who are not only serve our country overseas in enemy territory, but right here at home on military posts around the nation. Our prayers are with the fallen troops, those who are injured and are still in recovery, and the families of all those involved. Our thoughts are with the entire Fort Hood community and great leadership under General Milley as they stand together and push through this tough time. We will continue praying for the excellent medical team that assists the injured. And perhaps most importantly, we will not forget the troops whose lives were lost yesterday. The best and the brightest is what we offer at Fort Hood. Their service and sacrifice are an inspiration, reminding us that America doesn't give because it's rich. America is rich because it gives. And it's given us all of those we honor today. May God bless all the Fort Worth community, all the Fort Hood community during this time. And may God bless America. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to ask the House to join me in a moment of silence and hopefully prayer for the Fort Hood community and all those families of the injured and dead at Fort Hood today.
All present rise for a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you. Without objection, 5-minute voting will continue. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes and nays.
Does the gentleman ask for the recorded vote?
Yes.
Recorded votes requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded votes ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 248, the nays are 179. The bill is passed. And the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.